Good morning, colleagues. It's good to be back today after a very busy session yesterday, and I'm sure you all enjoyed that. Just to quickly recap what we did yesterday, day one offered us a rich, sorry, that's me again. Exactly what we did yesterday. Let me not do that. Day one offered us a rich and stimulating landscape of thought and practice. From the very start, we were invited into a thought-provoking space with a powerful couch conversation on the question, how does power manifest in the curriculum? Through the voices of Dr. Mueng, Landa Mabenge, and Natasha Botha, a fifth-year medical student, facilitated by Prof. Elmer, we were reminded that the curriculum is never neutral. It embodies histories, identities, and systems of power that either affirm or marginalize. The panel unpacked gender-affirming healthcare with sincerity and depth in a very thought-provoking manner. That session echoed throughout the day as the presentations unfold in both the main venue and the parallel session. I was particularly struck by the diversity of teaching innovations shared by our colleagues, ranging from the development of academic language support for first-year students in human nutrition and dietetics, to the rethinking of clinical assessment strategies, the use of flipped classrooms, and game-based learning in pharmacy education. These are not just pedagogical techniques. They are intentional responses to real and evolving needs of our students. There was also a welcome thread of reflection and responsiveness. How we as educators are tuning into what our students are telling us and how our students respond to that reflective nature of teaching and for them to reflect as well. The poster presentations reminded us that transformation is not always about big revolutions. It's often about small shifts in mindset, method, and message. The workshop on AI, led by Mr. Brink, was timely as we grapple, and I'm sure we all are, with what it means to humanize learning in the age of artificial intelligence. His facilitation encouraged us to not fear the tools, but to shape them with integrity and care. We were reminded that AI must not replace the educator, but it can be a powerful ally in delivering thoughtful, equitable, and personalized learning experiences. This is precisely why a colloquium like this matters. It creates a space where we can pause, question, and reimagine and rebuild together. Today promised to be equally engaging. We will begin this morning with a keynote address by Dr. Tony. Her theme is Rethinking Curriculum Development and Design in Higher Education, Bolstering Students' Critical Engagement. This theme resonates deeply with the imperative to foster not only knowledge acquisition, but also critical consciousness, encourage students to question, to connect, and to contribute meaningfully to society. Following the keynote, we will transition into a hands-on workshops. I hope you all brought your laptops with you, focusing on creating question banks in Funda using AI. And that links to what the presentations of yesterday as well. Later this morning in the parallel sessions, we will showcase some innovative teaching and learning practices across our disciplines, from exploring, again, AI in pharmacy, law and ethics, and cultural approaches to medicine, to reflections on interprofessional education and the lived experiences of students. These sessions will offer tangible examples of the transformation that we're undergoing in action. I encourage you to attend these sessions with open minds and critical curiosity. Listen across disciplines, ask questions. Think about how what you hear today might influence your own teaching practices, curriculum development, but also, very importantly, research. One of the greatest strengths of our faculty is in our diversity of perspectives, disciplines, and approaches. And it is in these moments of sharing that the real interdisciplinarity growth happens. This afternoon, we have also planned something very special, an interactive engagement activity that forms a meaningful part of this colloquium. While it may not be have been introduced yesterday, it speaks directly to the spirit of interdisciplinarity, collaboration, and critical engagement that we foster in this colloquium. At 13:45, you will notice in this space a canvas, brushes, and color taking center stage. That's because we will be joined, and please excuse my pronunciation, Mr. Munib Wasson, a mural artist, social activist, and founder of the Metamorphosis Foundation, which supports youth development in drug and gang-affected communities across South Africa. He is also an alumnus of the former PE Technikon, though in his own words, we must not ask how long ago that was. His journey as a mural artist began with the iconic Happy Valley wall, and I'm sure you've all seen that. And today he uses art to capture the essence of dialogue, transformation, and hope. During a 15-minute slot, he will create a live visual representation of our discussions, the energy and the aspirations we've shared over these 2 days. This is not just an artistic expression, it's a collective reflection. One that asks, where are we now and where do we want to go as educators committed to health, equity, and justice? Please engage with the process, observe, reflect, and contribute your thoughts, because this is something that we're not quite familiar with, but it's going to be really exciting. After this, we will reconvene for our final couch conversation, New Wars, Old Scars, Fighting for Health Equity in a Hostile World. This will be facilitated by Dr. Mara. This session, again, will challenge us to consider the broader structural, political, and global forces that shape the health landscape, and what it means to educate health professionals in such a world and for such a world. Finally, we will draw the day to close with reflections, a look at the road ahead, and expressions of gratitude for everybody who made this event possible. Colleagues, this colloquium is a mirror. It reflects who we are as a faculty and who we aspire to be. It affirms that teaching is not merely technical. It's ethical, political, even if we don't want to embrace that, and it's profoundly human. I invite you to participate fully today with the same openness, rigor, and generosity of spirit that made yesterday so impactful. Share your questions, offer your insights, challenge assumptions, even your own, and most importantly, remain connected to the shared purpose that brings us here, to educate graduates who are not only skilled, but also socially conscious and future ready. Before I close, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, our presenters, session chairs, technical support staff, and all of those working behind the scenes. Your dedication is what transforms a colloquium like this to a meaningful experience. Let's make today count. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Smith, for that overview of what had taken place yesterday and then the welcoming of today and opening of today's session. So without further delay, as Prof. Smith had indicated, our keynote speaker for this morning is Dr. Tony. And if you can just allow me to introduce her to you, please. So Dr. Tony, for those who don't know, is the director of our learning development, or director of teaching development, my apologies, in the Learning and Teaching Collaborative for Success division here at the university. She is passionate about the advancement of learning and teaching in higher education, particularly the transformation of the curriculum for the advancement of learning opportunities for all of our students. Nolutando's career path progressed from a primary school teacher to becoming an academic and teacher educator. She then proceeded to hold various leadership roles in academic development in higher education, and her experience as a school teacher, lecturer, and head of department, as well as director of schools, still informs her thinking in her current position as the director of teaching development. Her published work that links with teaching development includes aspects of reflective practice and managing the link between academic development and the scholarship of teaching and learning. So without further delay, I will call upon Dr. Tony to come forward and do her address on rethinking curriculum development and design, in higher education, bolstering students' critical engagement. Welcome, Dr. Tony. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Good morning. Molweni. Sanibonani. Let me first introduce myself properly. My name is Noluthando. You say the entire paragraph. Noluthando Tony, and I am a perpetual learner. I learn all the time. Yesterday was wonderful. Congratulations to the faculty. Professor Kiat, you did a wonderful job. Yesterday, I was like a kid in a candy store. I couldn't sit still because the conversations, the inputs were just wonderful. And I dare say the future is in good hands. When I listened to Natasha, my heart was melting because I want my grandchildren to be treated by Natasha. Colleagues, before I start, I know the ground rules are there. I know you have labeled this as a keynote address, but I want to put it to you as a conversation starter. I want us to have a conversation. And when we have conversations, we interrupt, we interject. Please feel free. I am going to try, Ms. Williams. I'm going to try. The emphasis is on trying, okay? I am going to try and not be too long because I want to leave sufficient time for us to have a conversation. And I was saying, when we have conversations, we interject. So I won't consider you as rude if you just put up your hand in the middle and say, kahle kahle, I know it like this. Or ain't look, where I come from, these things are labeled or are discussed in this manner. I won't take any offense. Please feel free to be disruptive because this is a conversation starter. I can't remember what you told me about this. Okay. Colleagues, I want to start and lay the foundation drawing from legislation. I want to premise my talk from the Education White Paper 3 of 1997 that calls for the generation of new curricula and flexible modes of teaching and learning in higher education institutions to accommodate a larger and more diverse student population. That's what the white paper said as far back as 1997. It's still relevant. And it talks about accommodating a larger and more diverse student population. I said we're having a conversation, but I want to drop a side note. Today is not a good day to talk about the effects of massification. We can have that discussion on another day. Let's focus on dealing with diversity, okay? Furthermore, this policy, the white paper, talks about the transformation of higher education that requires the advancement of all forms of knowledge and scholarship, and in particular, addressing diverse problems and demands of the local, national, Southern African, and African contexts, and most importantly, uphold rigorous standards of academic quality. Colleagues, I want the document also puts emphasis on an academic climate that is characterized by free and open debate. We spoke a lot about this yesterday. And that's why I'm making this invitation to you to be involved, to participate, to have this. Yes, in English, we're calling it a colloquium, but where I come from, when we gather like this and discuss topics, we refer to imbizo. So I see this as imbizo. And embizweni, not only Nolutando will stand like a preacher, everyone. Actually, during imbizo sessions, we sit around. You know, it's like at a crawl session, we interact, we engage. So I would really love you to come in and question, okay? And free and open debates, critical questioning of prevailing orthodoxies, and most importantly, experimentation with new ideas. That's what debates call for. You question what we take for granted and say, actually, is it supposed to be like that? I have a new idea. I'm seeing it differently. I'm seeing it differently because I was socialized differently. So it is important for us to engage. And when we listen, we need to be aggressive when we listen. You don't listen to respond, you listen to internalize and to unpack and analyze for yourself, and then ultimately offer your own analysis. I've selected these aspects of the white paper for the advancement of my argument and thesis in line with the rationale or intentions of this colloquium. And like I said earlier, it is always important to premise one's thoughts around legislative and philosophical aspects. Haven't seen any hands first. Okay. Yesterday, Professor De Vries touched on those articulations. And I was like to viewer, why is Elma now talking about my presentation? And viewer was like, no, you can just say detour. Okay. So, the title of my talk, Professor, my senior years are getting in the way. Professor Smith touched on that. I'm not gonna go back. I was tempted to go back. The title is particularly framed around and refers to curriculum development and design to highlight the importance of those articulations, but most importantly, to articulate the phases of curriculum development. Those who have studied curriculum, I know health sciences does education very well. I know of people who have done nursing education, so they know exactly what I'm talking about. They are exposing themselves. Okay, so I was saying, I want to highlight, I drafted the title to highlight the phases, not just this articulation, but the phases of curriculum development process, from the planning and design to delivery, through to evaluation for renewal and transformation. What I want to emphasize is the importance, when we see those articulation, is the importance of taking an integrated approach. It's important to consider all of those in an integrated fashion, because certain aspects of our disciplines, programs, or even modules will require spending time on some of these articulation because our disciplines are different. So when we do that, it is important to always be conscious, because if your discipline is content heavy, That's the nature of the discipline. It means that you will focus on that because it is important for the students to have a thorough understanding of that content because it's important for the application. However, it doesn't mean that you must neglect the other articulations. That's why I emphasize the integrated approach. We always need to be conscious of the holistic nature of curriculum and higher education, also in terms of the ultimate aim. Yesterday, the DVC mentioned the graduate attributes because you're not only producing doctors, social workers, psychologists, but you are also producing you're contributing to the responsible citizenry. You want to produce holistic people or responsible citizens. So, the consciousness will go a long way in assisting us to be innovative in our approach as we want to contribute to, coming to the next aspect of my title, contributing to meaningful experiences of our students. It's all about meaningful experiences because curriculum does not only take place in the classroom, it takes place outside the classroom. It doesn't come from what we say or what we do. Even the now, what is not said, the atmosphere. Some people even smell the atmosphere. That's why at times we talk about the smell of the place. I can feel it. If the smell makes me uncomfortable, it means that there is something that needs attention. We also need to keep an open mind and allow ourselves to be, I wanted to say transformed, but that would be taking it too far. As academics, we need to allow ourselves to be influenced by the experiences of our students, not just their experiences, but most importantly, the knowledge or knowledges they bring to the learning and teaching environments. As academics, we need to critique the legitimacy of taken for granted assumptions. Prof. Smith mentioned assumption. We need to critique the legitimacy of taken for granted assumptions of what curriculum ought to focus on, how it should be planned, whose voices count. Is it only the voices of the experts? Those are just a few things. Curriculum decision making, as far as I'm concerned, is a complex undertaking, as it involves a multiplicity of aspects in society, such as epistemology. I really wanted not to mention epistemology and ontology and all of those things. I didn't want to do it, but I studied education. So please pardon me if that comes. So this multiplicity of things include what I've mentioned, politics, as it was said yesterday, economics, ideology, techniques, aesthetics, ethics, and histories. That's curriculum. Yesterday, I was so excited and restless when Nicole presented, because she demonstrated exactly the complexity, because sometimes we want to stick to our script. And so when things happen, like students decide not to attend your classes for various reasons, you become perturbed by that. And you move away from your script and try to find ways to deal with that. Because remember, we said from planning and design through to renewal and transformation. So the delivery aspect of your module changed because of the factors. Those are the complexities that I'm talking about. When we think about curriculum, we need to ask ourselves a question. We should be asking ourselves, what is the nature of student engagement? Yesterday, because I was too excited, I was restless. I was here, and I went out, and I wanted to stay here, and viewer was like, no, there's another presentation that is funded by the TDIF, so I had to go. And I'm glad you did that, because in asking the first question, I'm reminded of Mr. Dihomo's presentation yesterday, because it touched on that, on the student involvement. And he was testing and augmenting the student engagement surveys. And that was impressive, you know, and I kept on asking, to what end? Are we engaging them for the sake of engaging them? You know, what is it that we want to see from that? So the nature of student engagement is important. What do teacher-learner relationships tell us about the quality of engagement? Relationships are not one-sided. For the longest time, academics used to complain about large classes. That's why I said earlier, today is not a good day to talk about massification. We'll talk about that later. Or we will talk when you register for our first SLP, the Context in Higher Education SLP. We will talk about the effects of massification. Yeah, some of you attended, did that. Where is Aisha? Yeah, she's getting the SLP. So the relationship is important. Those who have attended BYJ, I always say to them, yes, we come prepared. We have our scripts, we have everything, we have the syllabus that we want to go through. But when you meet your students for the first time, curriculum is also within the relationship. Don't rush, pace yourself. Establishing that rapport with your students is very important. Slow down, take it easy. You know, the syllabus, you will find ways, because you are creative and very intelligent people. You'll ultimately get to it. But the first few lectures are very important, because you are aware of the transitions, not just first years, you know, because we tend to focus on first years who are transitioning from high school. That is important. The transitions from first year to second year, transitioning from second year to third year. Hence, it is important for you to get a sense of where your students are at. I'm talking about the entire continuum of curriculum development and design. Why is anyone not saying anything? Because I said we're having a conversation. I don't want to be the only one doing the talking. I'm looking at the time also. Okay, because Professor Kiet said, what? Keynote address. And I said, ooh, I must take this very seriously. Although I wanted to have a conversation. So, because there's a seriousness that Professor Kiet put to this thing, it is important to have a theoretical framework. Okay, reflective practice, I want to talk about that. And my thinking, the theory around that, is not only Piaget. the person who mostly influenced my thinking around reflective thinking is Professor Carol Rogers. Carol Rogers came to, yesterday I was offended when Landa said, this was an elderly person and around 50, 60. I was like, huh? Okay, but I quickly gotten over that because he said all the wonderful things and I forgave him for calling me an elderly person. That's okay. So, Carol Rogers, I have distracted myself. Carol Rogers was a Fulbright scholar who came to Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. Okay? And I own my age. Forget that I was a bit offended yesterday. I own my age. I'm 55 years old and elderly. That's fine. Okay. So Carol Rogers really unpacked. So when I read her papers, they are meaningful because I interacted with her. So a reflective practice influence, the paper. And also, I have histories about these theories, the deliberative democratic theory. You would ask why that one? That one because it was imposed on me when I was doing my PhD. That theory does not come from education. That theory comes from political science. But because we are biased, the external examiner said to me, there is, via his report, there is no way you can talk about issues of race and racism in higher education without talking about deliberative engagements. So although I had to sulk for a year, but after that, I embraced it. And of course, it's obvious, I have to talk about humanizing pedagogies that emanate from the critical theory and associated pedagogies. Okay, I went off script because I have too much to say about all these things. Okay. But what I want to say that is important, a salient feature of deliberation is the emergence of inner voices of those engaging in a dialogical discourse, and their ability to listen and respond to each other without being inhibited to do so. Rife says deliberations are difficult and at times fragile, but not impossible. Yesterday, where's Natasha? Yesterday, Natasha asked when I was talking about disruptions and the importance of engaging students. And her concern was about there are instances where deliberations can break people emotionally. How do you negotiate that? Firstly, you need to accept. And the DVC responded by saying, you prepare, you find out. And I want to add that, yes, we cannot stay away from those rigorous because we don't want to break students. The psychologists in the room must bear with me. But it is also important to get to that phase of discomfort. And we need to be comfortable with our discomfort because we learn more when we are made uncomfortable. There are certain truths or realities that are not palatable, but they need to be said and they need to be dealt with. Hence, Rife says they are fragile but not impossible. Because I was conscious that I am presenting to health scientists, and that is not my field. I was a bit intimidated. I had to go and read what health educators say about all these things that I want to talk about. And later on, I will talk about Matthews, you know, who talk about, Catherine Matthews, who talk about her paper is on critical pedagogy in health education. I found comfort because she wrote it in a language that I could understand, being a non-health scientist, because she talks about this critical theory. In fact, it's a combination of the deliberative democratic theory and critical theory, but the last slide will talk to what Matthew says. But what I want to mention is that my thesis for this is about now, forget futuristic, renewal processes, because we learn every day. At the center of it is student engagement. Student engagement and reciprocity between students and academics. The pharmacy games, I was fascinated because students are co-creators. They are made to design the games. They are contributing to the learning, to the approaches. But curriculum as an experience is all about engaging in activities, reflection and action to enrich the experiences of both academics and students. Are you sure you don't want to say anything? Okay. Because I work at Mandela University, it is important to talk about Paulo Freire. And Paulo Freire is linked to the reflective practice. I'm not gonna read out that because you can see for yourself. It's big and bold, okay? My tech support decided that it was good to also put Mandela's quote. You know, it was a competition between Freire and Mandela, but it's okay. I want to say reflective practice necessitates deliberate conversations with students about how they experience one's teaching. Those are deliberate. Having those conversations with students. Yes, as a teaching development director, I need to talk about module evaluation and teaching evaluation. That is important. But I'm talking about the qualitative aspect of it. You can do it outside those evaluations, but they are important. Consequently, students and lecturers do an analysis that would lead both to the identified learning objectives. When you deliberate, I remember because, okay, now that my age is out there, I remember I studied at a college of education because that's where I had to go to because of my age first. And then after teaching for a couple of years, I came to university, UPE at the time. I was shocked when a lecturer would ask a question, so-and-so, and then Nicole says, I don't know. Sure. Where I come from, you don't say you don't know, even when you don't know. When a teacher asks you a question, you mumble something. You say something, you just say, I don't know. And as if that was not enough, there was a discussion, and this student was brave enough to say, but why do we have to learn that? Is it relevant? Is it necessary? I'm like, yo, I can. But within a year, I understood what was happening, because that's why I said this deliberation will lead you to the identify objectives. Don't put them there and think that students will accept. There are students who will engage. But yesterday I learned that health education is hierarchical. You have to comply. But we can't take those for granted and accept that, yes, it is. We need to find ways of breaking down those silos, breaking down is a strong word, ne? You know, trying to infiltrate maybe, those hierarchies and make sure that we speak up. I'm looking to, Zolega yesterday asked, when we were speaking about disruption, says, okay, are we ready to be disrupted? You better be ready to be disrupted, because that is where you are going to hone your skill. You know, be ready. I'm not saying by ready you are not going to get irritated. You are going to get irritated, but get over yourself. You know, we must stop taking ourselves too seriously. So that is important. So this is where Frere's notion of reflection and action become more meaningful. Okay. And also, in my earlier work, working with a colleague, Professor Makura, we delve deep into the reflection practice, and as I said earlier, I was influenced by Carol Rogers. We defined, according to Carol Rogers' reflection, as a conscious process that consists of naming and describing observable behaviors and skills of learners. That is the starting process. And then followed by detailed articulation and professional discussion. Those students are professionals. And finally, you ponder over the effects of one's own teaching on others, taking into consideration various factors of the educational context. I was reflecting about yesterday, and my head was abuzz. That's why I can remember what Zolega said, what Nicole said, what Natalie wondered about, and that makes me learn. That's why I said I am a perpetual learner. How are we doing time-wise? Okay? Because that conversation is important. I'm going to speed up now because that is important. And why am I talking about all of these things? I'm talking about them because ultimately we want to get to the renewal stage, where we strike a balance between disciplinary knowledge, the content, and knowing the discipline. Okay? I'm saying knowing the discipline as knowledge arts. What do I mean by that? In my humble opinion, knowledge arts can also be equated to the discourse of the discipline. Specific ways that members of a particular academic field construct knowledge and participate in that discipline. Yes, know the content, but you also need to induct your students into that discourse of the discipline. So it's always important to strike that balance. Curriculum renewal is about, yes, I said all the articulation, the aspects are important, but what resonates with me is the experience. The experience that learners take from our engagement, from the participation they do in our classroom. Because learning doesn't start and end. They go, they have discussion, they experience. When I was still a teacher educator, I would meet my students at Pick and Pay. The only thing I didn't like then was them calling me ma'am. Okay, now they can call me ma'am. And they would explain to me, ma'am, I was irritated when we did this, but now with my student, I finally get it. I know, you know, it gave me, I would sleep very well, say, yeah, I'm contributing to this country, I'm doing something right. You know, these students are coming back to me, although they were protesting at the time, but later on they appreciate. So the renewal process is all about empowering students to gain confidence in articulation their learning experiences. But also, I'm happy to be here because there are CPD points and all of that. And also, it's a platform for me to say that as much as you collect CPD points for your professions, CPD points you must collect for higher education, okay? Because it's important for all of us to continue to improve our practice. Being a perpetual learner is not just on paper. I avail myself for national duty because I need to learn. I need to learn about the formulation of standards. For, you know, I allow myself to be abused, you know, by neuters, and I would go to my colleagues and complain, why did I agree to this? It's charity work, but it's honing my skill of understanding the field. So you have various fields. You have your health field, but you also have the higher education field. Hence, it is important for you to keep on. Are you going to show me those cards? It is important for you to be our friends, you know, our colleagues, you know, teaching development. You need to be we all about, I always say that we are here because we are committed to the advancement and enhancing academics as university teachers. So that is something that we need to take seriously. And the reflective practice goes on to self-assessment. Those are the tools, okay? Tool for transforming experiences into, Carol talks about, I talk about meaningful, okay, because I was taught English. But Carol, who's English, talk about meaning-filled theories and meaning-filled experiences, and those that talk about self-assessment. It also emanates from self-reflection. And I contend that reflective practice approach is not offered as a blanket strategy for all university courses. My basic argument is that it is highly necessary for university teachers to always reflect on their teaching and go as far as doing sort of. Because formal assessment cannot always be used as a sole determiner of students' learning without identifying the needs. I have been shown those cards. So, fortunately, this is my last slide. I'm excited about this because it comes from health education, you know, and I would call it critical engagement, okay? And Catherine talks about listening and naming, okay? Listening and naming is an empowering experience for learners who can take an active role in managing their own lives by naming their experiences in their own words. With the naming, there's also codification as a physical representation of an identified community issue. Catherine goes to give an example. And these codes could be stories, could be role play, could be case studies. They help to provoke discussion. And also the dialogue and reflection. The dialogue is used critical pedagogy by selecting socio-critical topics and codes, and then most importantly, use the what, why, and how question to question evidence to help students to challenge commonly used assumptions about a topic. And lastly, the promotion of transformative social action and strategies that can be used there are campaigning, awareness raising, and education. I don't want her to raise her thing again. And I'm going to say thank you. Inputs and other conversation points can be heard. Okay, I do have my references.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony, for that thought-provoking keynote conversation. I've gotten the note. Thank you very much. Anybody that would like to take up the conversation with maybe just one question or so? Thank you very much. Could we have the mic here in front, please, to the colleague here? Third row from the front. Thank you very much. While they're doing that, thank you very much, Dr. Tony, my apologies for that conversation, because really it has just highlighted some important aspects for us. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning. I must be honest, your enthusiasm is contagious. Thank you for that. Whew, I feel awake now. I have two questions. Sorry for that. One,
It's
a
fine.
while back. Seems like it's on. A while back, I came across this theory of quality of our thinking, the reflection that we do. It reflects in the quality of actions, what we are doing, and obviously that affects the results that we are going to have. But at the end of the day, the quality of our thinking, according to Daniel Kim, it's influenced by the quality of our relationships. And I want to hear your thoughts about it, and also how can we go about to improve the quality of our relationships in our work environment so that our results at the end of the day are better and our students can benefit.
Respond here, Dr.
Yeah, I agree. Hence, I said in the beginning, when you have your first lecture, you don't rush to finish the syllabus. Pardon me, because I read a lot of Carol Rogers. I'm going to bring Carol Rogers again. Carol says some people find their reflection process, the deep reflection process, as a challenge, because firstly, it slows you down. You know, that's where you bring the relationship. You cannot be in a rush. You create an enabling environment. And the question is, how do I create that enabling environment in a class of 500 students?
Not necessarily in our outside environment, not necessarily only with students.
I think the psychologists in the room can help. I spoke earlier about the smell of places, because we need to reflect here as a room. But if this room is not prepared for the nature of the exercise that we want to do, that exercise will be futile. We need to create an enabling environment for that deep reflection, because I should not be scared of bringing up a concept because I'm scared, how are people going to receive it? But if this room is prepared for that, for me, that is the first point of improving the relationship or the rapport of what we are doing. So it goes back to that continuum of the experience, because not everything will happen automatically. Preparation needs to take place. Some actions would be obvious or seem meaningless, but for the person who's preparing, every thought goes into that to make sure that the relationship is, the word, authentic, not forced. Those would be my inputs.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tony, don't go. I see there's another question from there,
I
and then
have
there's
a
last one there. Then
question.
we have to wrap up, colleagues. You can then connect with Dr. Tony outside and have a further conversation. Thank you very much.
I have a comment and a question, quickly. I think with regards to the reflection, I want to believe, and I might be wrong, that for that deep reflection, one would need, whether it's subconscious or unconscious biases. Because you can reflect up to a certain point, something is going to stop you from that particular reflection to
I
take
agree.
place. Then the question is, earlier you spoke about the experts. Who are the experts? And how do we arrive at deciding that these are the experts?
Okay.
Is it the people that are writing on a particular topic? Is it the people that are living those experiences? How do we define experts?
Yeah. Okay. Yesterday, you spoke about the state of becoming and the state of being, okay? You're sitting here as experts. She is a psychiatrist. She is an expert. Was not expecting that. Okay, humility is a thing. Okay, but experts evolve. Even the people who are talking to, those who experience, have the ability to become experts later, because it's not only about what we read in the books, it's about what we practice, it's also about what we experience. I don't have more answers now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony. Then we've got one more at the back there.
Okay, Dr. Tony, I'm not going to really ask you a question. I want to make a comment and an observation. And, you know, all the time you've invited us, this is a conversation. Do you have questions? Do you have everything? You saw the little, you know, the yellow card and the red card that was given to you. And then, so this is for me the observation for us all to think about, you know, because the same structures that we had to build into the colloquium to make sure that the program runs, to make sure that all the sessions falls into place. The structure that we've built in there, it's the same kind of structure that we need to think about when we think about true curriculum transformation and the institutional structures of deliverables and expectations that we all run with and the tensions that we sit with. So as you were doing this, I think, and talking about it and wanting to do it differently, it just, it was that mirror of exactly the tensions that we're going to walk out of here to make sure that this is not just a talk show. Exactly. And it doesn't go into a bag. And I don't think we've got the answers, but we need to speak to it very seriously. Thank you.
Disruption.
Thank you very much for those comments and questions. And then, Dr. Tony, don't run away, please. We would just like to thank you so much for coming out and giving us that very thought-provoking conversation, having that with us.
Thank you.
I think you've touched all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I had a little bit of a oopsie moment. So while they are going to set up Nicole with her technical bits here, I would just like to ask Prof. Smith to come up as well, just to say thank you for her opening and welcome that she did. Okay, so while they're setting up the next presenter with her technical bits here, Mrs. Nicole Worthington is the next presenter or facilitator of the workshop. Nicole is a lecturer in the Department of Pharmacy, and I believe she had a talk yesterday as well, and she was presented to the delegates here today. So once they have set everything up, are you good to go there, Nicole? Okay. Then I will leave it at that and hand over to Nicole. Do y'all all have your laptops open and all of that to get going? Okay, Nicole, would you need the... Okay.
Can everybody see with me sitting here? Am I blocking anyone?
Let's go there.
Right, so I'm disrupting a bit today because I'm going to be sitting and talking. Because I'm doing a workshop, I could probably stand for the first part and then sit. It's just easier to work my laptop when I'm sitting rather than standing and trying to present. Because the point of this presentation is, this is not one of these deep academic, full of theory workshops. This is a hack that you can all use to save you some time and utilize a really powerful tool in a different way. So I have an idea of how this is going to go, but when everyone does live demonstrations, things can go wrong. For those who would like to work along with me, please do open up, while I'm doing the presentation part, open up a module that you have edit rights to on Funda. Make it hidden from students, probably. And open up, if you have, and log into your AI. I use ChatGPT. And if you have maybe a PowerPoint presentation or something, or an article that you use as part of your teaching, get that ready as well, because we're going to use all of those things. So today I'm going to do a little workshop on creating a question bank in Funda by harnessing the power of AI. And today's session is going to be focusing mainly on multiple choice questions, because well, they are great for a number of reasons. But when Daniel was speaking yesterday, he spoke about the new way of coding, that the coding language is no longer the O's and ones and whatever. Coding is now whatever language you are speaking to your AI. So this is just really an example of how to code multiple choice questions for use in your classes. And when I spoke about the flipped classroom approach yesterday, remember one of the things I said was that often at the beginning of my session, I would do a quiz, not a terribly difficult one, but just to make sure it sort of, I don't want to say forced, it's not a good word, but it encouraged the students to do the prep work that they needed to before they came to the session, because they knew they were going to have a little quiz on it. And I often used this sort of method to design those little MCQ quizzes, which then, for me, didn't make a lot of marking or anything. So this is, as I said, it's a workshop. Why do we need MCQ, multiple choice question banks? They allow, so if you've got a lot of questions in your question bank already, it allows for rapid quiz creation, which is really helpful. They're very flexible, so you can then say, okay, well, this year I'm going to just, or this lesson I'm going to just use these questions. I addressed this topic, I'm going to use these questions. You can make it as long or short as you want it. It also enables student self-assessment, where students can go in and do the little quizzes to see how they're doing. Now, I don't know about you, but when I started here in 2018, and my first exams I had to set. Setting the MCQs was, it took me forever, but my class was a fourth year class of 120 students. I had to put some MCQs in there, else I'd be marking for weeks. So I became so precious about my MCQs. I never wanted to share them with the students because I thought it's so hard to come up with these things. It takes so long. It's so much effort. So I became quite precious with my MCQs, and I thought about it. I thought, but that's actually wrong. You want to give the students opportunities for self-assessment. You want to be able to give them the MCQs from the test, but I don't want to give them the MCQs from the test because they'll give it to their friends and the ones next. I want to use some of those MCQs next year. And I don't want them just knowing the answer. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but that's kind of how I felt at first. And this sort of allows you to come up with them a lot quicker, so you don't feel so precious about them, if you would. MCQs also allow for consistent assessments, because if you're using the same rules for your MCQs, you can create a lot of consistency. It supports feedback and analytics because you get the results really, really quickly. So the student then knows, are they on the right track or not, immediately without having to wait 2 weeks for you to mark. It saves academic time as far as marking is concerned. We all know that. And it is applicable to any discipline. Most useful probably for theory and its application. Sometimes people say a little less so with application, but there are ways and means of doing things. So my approach to this workshop, I'm going to give you a little explanation with this PowerPoint. Then I'm going to give a live demonstration as to how we can practically integrate it. Depending on how things play along with me, I'll either show some things I did yesterday, or I will literally do it live with you. And the outcomes is hopefully we'll be able to create some quality multiple choice questions that we can upload and manage our questions on Funda. And look out for my top tips, where I've put a little light bulb, because these are things that I learned the hard way or just really found to be very, very valuable. The benefits: it reduces repetitive work. It's reusable across years and modules. They are easily searchable and tagged if you do it the right way. It allows for the immediate feedback, as I said, and can be used as a formative or summative assessment. You can use a little quiz before a lecture, before you've taught something, to see what the student's basis knowledge is, and also to assess whether they have assimilated that knowledge or not. So the overview of the process that we are going to use to create this, this question bank. First, we need to train the AI. And this is where people often come a little unstuck. We're going to talk about distractors, blooms, stem and question, that sort of thing. The next thing we need to do is upload the content to be assessed. So PowerPoint, guidelines, online videos. Then we're going to talk about how to develop and refine the multiple choice questions. When we work with the AI, we have to check for correctness and quality, and check that the rules that we gave the AI when we trained it were followed. Because I've realized chat is a child. I told it that the other day. And just, it needs to be trained. You need to have a relationship with it. I decided I'm going to call mine Chart. Chart chat. And then how to upload to Funda, which is obviously very useful for us, how to convert it to the correct format, how to create the question bank, and how to actually upload the file. So how many people have created quizzes in Funda before? How many of you have done it by pressing the quiz and then adding one question at a time, by writing in and then each of your distractors, and this is the correct answer? How long did it take? How many of you have done it by uploading using Aiken format? So way fewer, or GIF format? Way fewer. Okay. Those who've never done it that way, you're going to love this. Okay, so let's go through our process. Let's train the AI. So if using ChatGPT, I'm using the paid version. Not the full paid version, the like 400 and something rand a month version, which I pay for myself, university intent. And I then create a project. I'll take you through that just now. Then you need to, in that project, it allows you to, and I'll take you through where this is in the project on ChatGPT. It allows you to upload files. So there, create a document or something that gives the rules that you want it to follow. I have very naughtily used a presentation that my colleague, Ms. Barry, gave a few years ago on the rules that the pharmacy department uses for our MCQs. And I just uploaded that presentation to chat because it gives all the rules. Define your Bloom's level, your number of distractors as well, if you want STEM and questions, if you want scenario-based or not, plausibility of distractors, indicate correct if you want the correct answer and justification, also if you want the Bloom's level to be indicated as well. But apart from that, there are also a whole lot of other rules that we have in our department. I'm not going to go into all the rules for forming good MCQs. Ms. Barry can maybe do a presentation for the whole faculty at some point on that. But otherwise, we'll be here all day. So I uploaded those rules and then also given it a little bit of information about what I want it to do. Justification is quite nice. I'll show you why. Because it's great for self-assessment for students, the justification of the answers. Okay, here's the important thing. I think a lot of lecturers go, okay, well, this is my topic. Create 20 MCQs on good manufacturing practices. Chat. What are you going to get out? Hallucinations, yes, and a lot of confusion, and also things that aren't going to be useful to you because it's not what you've taught. You do have to assess what you have taught. So upload what you have taught. So in your project files, you can either use your PowerPoints, a journal article that you might have given your students to read, my GMP guidelines that I spoke about yesterday. I upload those. It's open access, the PICS guidelines. So I upload that. This is what I'm dealing with. And any class notes that you've created. So very useful. The other thing that I don't know if you realize you can do, because chat's got real access to the internet, you can even upload links. However, if you've uploaded the link, and that you'll put into the instructions section of the project, do check with chat that it has access to it. Ask, and you do that by asking. Do you know this presentation? Do you know the content of this video? And then it will say yes and give you a summary, and from that you can see does it or doesn't it. It can be an online forum or anything. So you can use links as well if that is what you've given your students to engage with. So next, we need to develop and refine our MCQs. Clear instructions. Tell it to follow the rules. Give it the type of question, the number of questions, and the source of information it needs to use. Be very clear. And here's the thing I learned, top tip. Start small. Don't ask it for 50 MCQs. Because you're going to get placeholder this, and or it's going to give you the same question over and over and over again. Give it 10 at a time. And if you have to if you're trying to form a large question bank, rather start small, give it 10 at a time, and build and build. And give it feedback. Tell it what it did right and wrong. I mean, the one time I actually told it, are you trying to be funny? Because I'm getting very frustrated. And then it said, no, you're right. And then it told me, I'm struggling to deal with this much information. And so I went, okay, how do I adapt now to help you? As we need to adapt to work with our students, and we're good at that. We're educators. So we educate chat. Or Claude, or whatever you're using, Bard, yeah. So I say no more than 10 questions at once, give it feedback, and be patient. This will save you time, I promise you. But you might take a little while just to get used to it at first. Okay. Very important. Develop and refine the MCQs. Check every one. It can make mistakes. Check that the rules were obeyed, because often I'll come to it and go, chat, you forgot about this rule, and then goes, oops, yes, you're right, and does it again, and then does it better. Please check for factual accuracy. You have to. This is still your job. You are the lecturer, not chat. And check language. Chat is going to write in a language, even though you can train it a bit in language and say, this is the kind of language I want you to use, it might not understand the language that you need to use with your students. We're all in different environments. We need to talk the language that we know our students can understand. So you might need to do some tweaks there. So what you can do is that if it gives you your questions, you can say, okay, well, please put that into a Word format for me. Download it, and then you make your own changes to the Word format. So you ask for so you can refine them offline by asking for the downloadable Word format. In that, you can also then consolidate your questions if you had more than 10, so put them all onto one. Make your changes on that version. I ask it or do it myself for uploading to the question bank. Rather than numbering the questions, have a name for the question. Because otherwise in the question bank, it comes up with all these numbers. So you've got all these numbers in your question bank, and unfortunately, when you're first looking at a question bank of lots of questions, it only shows you the first little bit, and it can be difficult to figure out what that question is actually about. Then it takes you long. If the question has a name that gives you some idea of what that question's about, it's much more helpful. So name your questions rather than number them, because it's going to be, or the way I set up my quizzes, I like them to shuffle the questions. So it's not going to be numbered in chat anyway. So name your questions for easy navigation, and then once satisfied, you can then upload that Word document back into chat. And this is why the paid version is sometimes nice to have, because even though the unpaid version does give you these options, it limits the amount of times you can do this in a session or in a certain amount of time. So the paid version just lets you do a lot more in a session. Okay. So then we're going to upload it to Funda. So we're going to ask the AI to convert. Oh, a question. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. About naming the question, can you make an example of what you mean? Because okay, let me not say what.
So yes, the question would be responsibilities of a responsible pharmacist, or yes, the topic that yes. So what that question is covering. So. You might, but at least you know where to go, sort of, especially if a question bank's big. And it can be, I'll show you just now some of the naming that one can do. You can even have scenario question, scenario, RP oversight. So then you know it's a scenario about the oversight of a responsible pharmacist. Something like that. Okay, so then you're going to ask the AI, this is where it's so clever, to convert into a suitable format for Moodle. It doesn't know what Funda is, so when you're speaking with the AI, talk about Moodle, it knows Moodle very, very well. So ask it to convert. So the two that I've really used is Aiken, which is the more simple one, but it's a little bit less flexible. It's easier to do if you are doing it yourself without asking chat to convert it. Aiken is definitely easier. I've written Aiken ones myself before I knew chat existed. Back in COVID days, I could write into the Aiken format and save as text. So it's a little bit more simple. But the gift format actually allows you to put justifications in, which is very useful if you want students to do self-assessments. So gift format is the other option. And then save that onto your desktop or onto a folder. Then you're going to create the question bank. You go into the course, you press on more, and I'll take you through this. Yes, question? No, this is supposed to be a class.
The ACAN, is that like an abbreviation for the format for the questions in the question bank, or is it?
It's a format of file in the
Format of
way it's
file.
written. It's almost the coding.
Oh, okay.
The coding that it does look a bit odd.
Okay.
I'll show you now.
All right.
It does
It's
look
almost
a bit
like
odd.
when you were doing the C++ kind
Yes,
of thing.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All
So
right.
it's always saved in a text file rather than a Word file. So I'll show you. It does look a bit weird, and the gift format particularly looks a bit weird, but it does that for you, thank goodness. And then you're going to go to create a question bank. You're going to so if you go to the course, and I'll show you where this is, and you press more, you select question bank. In fact, I'm going to take you to the next page. This is here so that if you get this presentation, you know the steps. But let me take you to the next page because this explains it better. So the blue arrows are what happens from the pages you're going to, the different sections you're going to, and the yellow arrows are the important things to fill in. So here we're going to start under more. So you're going to click on more. You see that first yellow arrow, and it's going to pop up a drop-down list, and you're going to select question bank. So once you're on your question bank, you're going to select that little block that says questions and go to categories. And you're going to add a category, and so that you can, all the questions you upload are going to go under that category in your file. So, and then it's going to, you go to that same little block that says categories, and you're going to click on import, and then you're going to select your file format, so whether it's ACAN, GIFT, whichever one. So I've used the ACAN and GIFT, and I'm really quite keen. I want to play around with close, because I think close questions in Moodle could be amazing to work with chat, because that I've programmed them myself and they're quite tough. Not that I'm a programmer, I just play, but I think that there's some real, because the closed questions, you can do different types of questions in one question, so it's really interesting and flexible. Then you go to general and you select your category and to which you want to import the questions, and then you just drag your file into the block, the text file that you saved. But I'm going to take you through it. Then you go into Funda and you create your quiz. I hope most of us have done this before. But I'll go through that as well. And, if you want it to be a quiz which gives the justification, you must select deferred feedback under question behavior, because then it will give the justification at the end. And here's a top tip. Do the preview, check that it worked properly, because sometimes something will happen and it doesn't work at all, and so just give it a little test before you use it. Okay. I'm going to actually, we're going to do the activity now, but I'm going to finish my presentation so that I can go out of it and just some thoughts about it. It doesn't replace the lecturer. It needs to be trained. It will make mistakes. Check it. Work together. Be specific with the content and to be assessed. Don't be afraid to experiment. Play with it. Trial and error is the way to go. You're learning, it's learning, you're learning together. You need it to become a good partner. And you are responsible for the quality, not it. And that's the end of the presentation part, but now, let's have some fun. Okay. So, in my chat, I have a project called Using AI to Create Question Banks. So here are my project files. I explained to it what I was trying to do here. Okay, if it doesn't have the project, you can still do it. However, you're just going to upload your document. Instead of uploading, the nice thing about the project is that because it'll be on the side, it'll say new project. If it's not on the non-paid version, I don't know it's on the non-paid version anymore.
It's not on the non-paid.
Okay, then just go to chat, and I'll show you where to go there as well. So I'm just showing these are the files I've uploaded. So these are my rules for the MCQ, and here, because I'm going to use the PICS guideline, which I use for my courses, I've uploaded that to the project. The project is useful. You don't need it to be for that. You can just go to new chat and press plus and upload the document there. So yes, just go then to whatever you want to use as your rules and say to it, let me find that file. Okay, no, that's the other ones. I'm not sure where I've saved the rules for the MCQs now. But anyway, you'd upload then that there. And then what I would then ask it is, do you understand these rules? Let me see if I can just quickly find that. I'm just going to come off like that for a moment and find that one so I can actually show you how I would do it. Where did I save that? No, I don't want to go in too long here, otherwise I'm going to waste time. There. Okay. Unless it allows me to copy it out of here. There we go. Let me just save it to my desktop or my downloads or just desktop. There we go. That's probably the quickest way of doing it. And let me save that to the desktop. Nope. Okay, sorry. So uploading the rules. So where's my desktop? No, it's the whole folder. Okay, we'll open that. Okay, no, it's not going to work now quickly for me. So let's carry on. Okay, so you would then upload it there, just using that. So I'm going to continue in the project one. And then you would ask it something like, do you understand these rules? And then you would upload what you want to be assessed. Be very specific about then uploading it. So as I say, in the project, I like to do it because then I can use those rules for all my MCQ questions. But if you're going to do it in a single chat, it's also fine. You just use the little button like that. Then you're going to ask it something like, I did this yesterday, so let's go new chat. So be specific. So using the MCQ item writing tips so that I've uploaded to it. I'm telling it which file to use. Document as a guide for the rules. Draft 10 high-level Bloom's MCQ questions on Chapter 2 of the PICS guide, which I've also uploaded. Make them applied and scenario-based with a stem and a question and 3 plausible distractors each. Indicate the correct answer, the justification for the correct answer, and the Bloom's level. Okay, let's see how it does. Now, isn't that a nice applied question? Absolutely. And you see how it's naming my questions? Very much so. So here I've got 10 questions. So now what the right thing to do here, ask it for a Word version. I'm not going to do all of that right now. Ask it for a Word version so that you can, oh, let's do it actually. Please give me a Word version. It's thinking. Sometimes, oh, sorry, a Word version. Oh, now it's going to take long to think. Yes. Oh, why is it taking so long today? Analyzing as and analyzing. Doesn't normally take this long. That's why. It's like, what is happening here? Please hurry up. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So, download it. And here's our Word version. Awesome. So let's just save as. Let's allow, oh dear, oopsie. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, enable editing. File, save as, and let's just save to desktop. Okay. Cool beans. Okay, so now I can play around. Oh, I don't like the word clarify, or what can I say? I don't like the word, which is most, I wanted to say GMP, I want to say the full thing. Good manufacturing practice, or I want to change this one, I don't like this or that. Change whatever you want. Save it again, and then upload this document to chat. So let's go save. We'll have auto-saved. There we go. Because you've made changes. So this is the refining. So it's because if you want to make any changes to what it's done, if you go back and ask it, just make this change, it tends to change more than you asked it to change for some reason. So then you can upload from desktop. And say, ooh, what happened there? Just had a moment. I'm just going to say I've made some changes. Please now, and then I'd say something like including my changes. See, upload. Including my changes. Convert to gift. Format for upload to a Moodle question bank. And now it thinks. Any questions while we're waiting for it to analyze? Doesn't normally take this long. Yes, I know. No. No. It's for naming it in the question bank. Aha. So here's my gift format.
Nicole.
Download it.
Nicole?
Yes.
Just a quick comment. Our question banks, the questions are linked to the learning outcomes.
Okay.
So could one do that there as well?
I'm sure you could, yes.
Because then if you have 10 different options, you just don't choose the same question every time. But
Yes.
they're all linked to the learning outcomes.
Absolutely. And you could say, when you're creating the question, create the questions according to this learning outcome and say, include that in the name. Or name the question with the learning outcome. Or, yes.
Would that form part of the instruction section?
Yes. Yes. So here's the, isn't that fun? Who wants to go around writing this? Okay. Yo. So this is the gift format. However, I can see it hasn't included my justification. Everything else is fine? Okay. Please include justification. Analyzing. Oh, we are running out of time, but it's not. Here we go. Let's have a look. Doesn't look as if it did it. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Justifications are in there. So I've sort of learned how to kind of read what's going on here. It might get it wrong every now and then, but now you're going to save your text file. I'm just going to save it to my desktop here. Encoding is UTF-8. That's very important. But it will usually come up, it will usually do it right. It normally does do it correctly for this. Okay, right. So I'm done with chat for a little while. I now need to go to Funda. So go into your page for your course. And at the top of the page here, so this is my Pharmaceutical Sciences course, you're going to click on More. And Question Bank. So first, I want to create a category. So this is also how you could do it for the learning outcomes. You could create categories for the different learning outcomes. So let me create a category, because otherwise everything goes into the default question bank and it can get very confusing. So I'm going to add a category, and I'm going to call it, well, let's just call it workshop. Right. You can say what it's about. This is where you can talk about your learning outcomes and all this. You can give it an ID number if you want to. I've never done that. What's that about? Provides another way of identifying the questions. Okay. So add category. Right. Now I'm going to go to import. I'm going to use the gift format. I would like, let's check under general, it to be imported into workshop. And there we go. So now, where is my, there we go. I think that's the one. And I'm going to drag. No, that didn't work. Oh, let me just go copy. Don't want to copy as path. I want to just copy. Is it open somewhere that it doesn't want to do this? Oh, I can choose a file. Let me just go to choose file. Oh, man. Upload a file. I usually just drop and drag from a there we go. There it is. Import. Right. So, wasn't that a little bit quicker than writing each question into Moodle one by one? Okay, it's made an error though. It's got the justification as a separate question. So let's go back and tell chat what it's done. It Moodle uploaded the justification as a second question. Please look at the gift format and ensure you do it correctly for upload to Moodle. So yesterday it gave me numbering on my distractors, which gave me double numbering on my distractors when I did it the first time. And this is why you have to check. Okay, save to my right. So let's try again. So we're going to go back, and we're going to use gift format, and we're going to choose a file, go to file, there we go. Okay, that looks better. 10 questions. Yay, we've got it. So you see, things do go wrong, you've got to check. Always got to check, and chat makes mistakes. So continue, and did I do it into the right one? Let me just check. Workshop's now got 20 questions. Oops. It went into the wrong one. These are the old ones. Anyway, I'm just going to use, I forgot to, when I went back the page to make it go, let it go into default. I didn't select the right category for it to go into when I went back to that previous page. So just for the sake of time, because I don't want to go too long, I'm just going to use from one of the ones I've done previously. So here's one from yesterday. And you'll see that I've got the questions with the IDs and everything. So there they are in the question bank. So then the next thing you need to do is create your quiz. Edit mode on. Add activity or resource. So you go to quiz. And you're going to call it workshop. Timing, well, if you want to put timing in, you can say when you want it to open and close. Question behavior, here's where you can put the deferred feedback if you want it to give the things. Review options, so during the attempt you could have maximum marks. Immediately after the attempt will be the attempt, and you could give the right answer and any, whether correct, and any feedback. So let's go with that, and save and return to course. I'm not going to put anything more in there. Okay. Continue. So I've created the quiz. Sorry, I'm going fast now, but there we go. Now I want to add questions, add question. I want to add from a question bank. So now it's going to show me everything. So I'm going to go to the ones I've done yesterday. Filter, and I want to add those questions to my quiz for today. Okay, those questions have been added. Let's go over here and let's preview my quiz. Okay, don't know why it's given such a big space there. It's something I can maybe just try and figure out. But it's asked the question. I'm going to select an answer. Let's go next page, select an answer, next page, answer, next page, next page, next page. Really silly, I don't know the answers to any of these. I'm skipping them. Next page. Question 10. Finish attempt. Answer saved. Not yet answered, but I'm going to submit and finish. Submit and finish. And it's going to tell me if it's right or wrong and the correct answer and the justification for that correct answer. And that's it. You do it in preview, yes. So wasn't that a lot better than just typing in every answer and every single distractor? So yeah, I hope that helped.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I'm sure there are going to be a whole lot of people contacting you very soon because you've just made our lives easier by sharing that. So, yes, thank you, no problem. There's a...
I'm super excited. I'm just so super, for the first reason I'm excited is because the community of AI, ethical use of AI, that community is growing. And I don't need to feel weird. Because I've always felt like, you know, you're being looked at and like, oh, you're cheating. But I'm like, I've earned, with practice, my undergrad, my master's, my PhD that I'm doing, I've earned the right to be able to cut down on the time that I'm using on, you know, stuff that I know, but that will take me 5 days to do. So I've earned that right. The debate around how we then transfer that kind of skill, that soft skill to the students, it's a different debate. But for me, I'm just very happy about that. And just to say, with regards to the files on AI, on the paid version, I've discovered how to, right now, create the files and retrospectively take all the work that I've worked on into different files as if it's a Word, you know, like when you create your files on Word and stuff.
I can see there's lots of excitement about this new little way of doing our MCQs. Thank you very much, Nicole. Much appreciated. Colleagues, that concludes this session, and I believe refreshments are served outside. If you can all get back just before 11 so that we can start at 11 with the next session. Thank you very much.
Before you run away, I want to thank Rosanna for chairing this session. We have two very special chairpersons today. We, in our preparatory committee, were short of a hand or two, and she's one of them who volunteered to steer the ship for the morning. So thank you very much.
And then I was just reminded, you guys must please scan the QR codes there for those who need the CEUs. Thank you.
Disclaimer, have not implemented yet. When I implement it, I'll present next year and tell you if it was a success or a failure. But yeah, go. So I just thought we needed a couple of terminologies that needed to be defined, but many of you probably are aware of what those are. Just as far as generative AI is concerned, AI that creates new content based on the data it's been trained on, and you saw an experience this morning through the workshop. Its output can be text, images, audio, video, and code. Your input can also be those things, but that's generally, it's generative. It takes information that it's been given and it creates something new, which brings me to a whole other argument around Bloom's taxonomy and who's actually doing the creating now at the top of Bloom's, and should creation be at the top of Bloom's. But anyway, I won't argue with the theorist. Foundation module. A foundation module is a large AI model that has been trained on vast amounts of diverse data, and it's designed to be adaptable and broadly applicable across various tasks and domains. So that is what a lot of the AI neural networks are built around, our foundation model. And then your large language module, which you often hear spoken about, your LLMs, are a type of AI model. specifically a neural network. So I thought I needed to just put an image of a neural network, or at least a diagram explaining there are inputs, there is hidden processes, and then there is an output. A neural referring to brain, the same way as our brain works. And so that's how large language modules work. They use a type of AI model, specifically referred to as a neural network, and trained on vast amounts of text or data to understand, generate, and manipulate human language. And I think all of us have used, well, all of us have used AI to some degree or extent, because even if you use predictive text on your phone, you're using AI. Okay, that brings me to DeepSeek. Now, you've heard a lot about ChatGPT, we've heard about Claude over yesterday and today, and I'm sure there are hundreds of others. DeepSeek, I think either was released at the end of last year or earlier this year, and it is a large language module, much like ChatGPT, but it has a different strength. It's known for its strength in reasoning. And it was the first time ChatGPT shortly thereafter released its own deep reasoning add-on, or whatever you want to call it. But DeepSeek was the first time I had encountered it. Okay, so this is what it looks very much like ChatGPT, the DeepSeek. And I think what I really want to just point out to you is that it has this Deep Think button that you can click on. So Deep Think is part of the system, or is the part of the system that processes the complex problems. So when Nicole was presenting earlier, you saw it saying analyzing. Okay, so it does analyze. Sometimes you will see it saying thinking. Okay, so that, what Deep Think shows you is that process. It doesn't just show you thinking ... It actually takes you through the whole thinking process. And that's where my concept lies. Not in the output, not in the answer that it's given, but in the way it has gone through the thinking process. So it processes complex problems, evaluates multiple perspectives, and generates thoughtful, well-reasoned solutions. A quote that I took out of a website said, "It's the engine behind strategic decision-making, creative brainstorming, and advanced problem-solving." So it's telling you, it's giving you the background into how it came up with the output. Okay, so if you look at the neural network, it's a lot of what's going on in that middle brain section. This fancy, in that kind of peachy-colored area. Okay, so on the next slide, this is kind of the teaching concept framework that I'm looking at. Most of my fourth year module, obviously it's law and ethics, it's boring, no one wants to read through legal documents and make sense of them. So I do it very practically, real life scenarios, real life situations, etc. And somewhat do a bit of a flipped classroom. Students are expected to pre-prepare and read through notes, etc. And then when they come to class, we do the application. So presenting the students with an ethical dilemma scenario, getting them to feed it into DeepSeek, and Deep Think's reasoning output is then generated. The student will then do thematic analysis on the Deep Think reasoning, not on the output of the scenario, on the Deep Think reasoning. They will then critically reflect on that thematic analysis, and then create a framework for themselves to approach future scenarios. Make sense yet? Oh, good. Okay, so this is the ethical scenario that I fed into DeepSeek. It's basically a patient, she's very nervous, she's paranoid, she stops taking her treatment when she reads package inserts because she stresses about the medication, and et cetera, et cetera. So let me just pick it up. Bill knows that Mrs. Williams has high blood pressure and often stops her medication because she's nervous about the side effects. He fills her prescription and forgets to include the patient information leaflet describing potential side effects and adverse reactions. Bill's pharmacist instructs her on how to take her medication properly, and then she leaves the pharmacy. And usually I will present the student with a scenario like this, and I'll say, discuss the ethical and legal implications of this scenario. It's a very general question, but based on the scenario. Right, so now this is just a screen record of what I did. I hope it will start on the push of the button. So I just gave it a very simple prompt. I said, help me resolve this ethical dilemma, and then I pasted the ethical dilemma in. Now it's thinking, and it's now giving me the thinking output, the deep reasoning. The first time I used it, I put in, what is the future of pharmacy in South Africa? And I was fascinated because it gave me this deep think process. And it got to the point where I'd never used it before. It said maybe the person asking this question is an educator. And then it gave me, within the thinking process, said maybe as an educator, this person needs to know this and this and this and this. And I was like blown away. Like it really considered every possible scenario of where I was coming from asking that question. Okay, so I'm not so interested in the output, but now it's giving me the actual output, the answer to the ethical scenario. So just to again show you, it was in the lighter gray. This was the deep think reasoning output. Okay, the user presents an ethical dilemma involving a pharmacy technician, Bill, who deliberately withholds medication information from a nervous patient. The situation raises serious concerns about patient autonomy and professional ethics. First, let's unpack the core issues. Then it carries on, and then it says the ethical violations are glaring. And then professionally, this is misconduct. And then safety-wise, this is dangerous. The solution isn't just damage control, it's systemic change. Underlying this is a deeper need, etc. So it's really just through each reasoning paragraph, it then develops its next level of reasoning. And so the idea is to take each paragraph that is generated as part of the reasoning output and thematically analyze it. Okay, so I think we're on step 3 of my process. Yes, we are, because I actually put a number there. Okay. So that first paragraph was a user presents an ethical dilemma, blah, 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 and then it went on to talk about autonomy. So the theme could be respect for patient autonomy. Okay? Patients have the right to full disclosure about their treatment. Ethical decision-making must begin with acknowledging the autonomy of every individual, regardless of the healthcare worker's intentions. Now, I did that with each paragraph, but I don't want to bore you through all of that. But just so you can see, my second theme was intent versus ethical action, informed consent and truthfulness, accountability and professional responsibility, patient safety and trust, ethical systems and preventative structures, empathetic and individualized patient support, which now brings me to the critical reflection. I'm only going to focus on the first one. Otherwise, it will just take too long, and it's not really. So the first one was patient autonomy and informed consent. That was the initial theme that kind of came out of that. And so the critical reflection is for the student to ask, is this sufficient for me to develop a framework? Now, I want to say that when I do teach the students law and ethics, there are existing frameworks. But the students don't always know how to apply that framework. And I feel that the strength of this, looking at the ethical reasoning or the reasoning or the deep think reasoning, is that they have to read the reasoning in itself to get them thinking, how is this thinking? And this is how I should be thinking when I approach an ethical dilemma. Not just based on the framework that I give them. Yes, I give them articles to read, I give them, and I say, you can see here's the ethical reasoning process that you need to follow, you need to gather information, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sorry. So the strengths of this theme, yes, it's anchored in core bioethical principles, it promotes individual rights. What are its limitations? Well, it's narrowly framed around consent, it lacks adaptability, it does not consider other bioethical principles. And so it can perhaps be broadened to respect for persons and autonomy, or it could be broadened to respect for bioethical principles and human dignity. So this is the students' work. And yes, they might be using AI to get to this point as well. Putting it in, saying, oh, I need to critically reflect on this. This is what I think are the problems with it. It's not enough, to approach another scenario. It's very specific to this scenario. Getting the students to really just delve a little bit deeper into the thematic analysis. And so then the student begins to construct their own framework. So they've now reduced the theme, or they've refined the theme to say respect for bioethical principles and human dignity. So hopefully the idea is that they would have moved from respect for autonomy through a thinking process, a critical analysis, to the point where they're saying, okay, it's more than just that. It's respect for bioethical principles and human dignity. But what exactly does that mean to the student when they're approaching another case? Well, they've got to develop some guiding questions. Does the action respect the patient's values and choices? Have I ensured understanding and supported the patient's decision-making capacity, which is obviously the one that speaks to autonomy? Am I doing what is clinically and ethically beneficial for the individual and not just for convenience? And now they're thinking about beneficence. Could this action or omission cause physical, psychological, social, or relational harm? Non-maleficence. Are there any barriers, language, access, stigma, cost, that are limiting equitable care, justice? So they've gone from taking the deep reasoning, the deep think reasoning of the AI, they've created a theme, they've then critically reflected on that theme, created a broader theme, and now within that, creating a framework of questions that they can then use as a tool to approach the next scenario I might give them. Now, my scenarios are not always text-based. They're often just an advertisement out of a newspaper, a picture, anything. And I shop around from pharmacy to pharmacy, trying to find ethical cases or stories that people tell me or send me. A lot of ex-students send me, actually, workplace-based scenarios, which is wonderful because it just keeps feeding my content. And eventually they construct a table that maybe looks like this, where they've got the theme, the description, and the guiding questions, and they're able then to take that into another assessment with them and use that as a tool to guide their response, their then actual response to the ethical dilemma. And so just in conclusion, saying that I feel that it does support higher order cognitive engagement. It also can cultivate critical self-awareness, and it's the core competencies that are envisioned by Education 5.0. And that's all. Daniel, don't be difficult now, eh?
Come on, don't blush, you like it.
Thank you for that presentation. My thoughts are, I've been also grappling with this, and I think we did have a conversation before about this. A student can do this very much on their own time. They need a device. They would struggle to do this on a mobile phone. So picturing them having their personal device or sitting in a computer lab in a library doing this. How can we, what thoughts, if any, how can we bring this into the classroom to do group work, to involve all the students, even those without a laptop?
So the idea is that this would be done in class as group work, and that when we assign group roles, which I learned about yesterday, we'll make sure that one person has a laptop at least within that group. And I think that what is so important in doing this is that critical reflection with peers. Because often you learn in environments like this more than you would on your own. And so although they can use AI to help them with that critical reflection, I really believe that it's much more valuable to have that discussion together and come up with that framework on their own. And similar to Nicole, I don't introduce these things without considering notional hours and how much time it's going to take to a student, because I don't want what I think is a great idea. And I think Tapelo's presentation yesterday was also so important because we think we're doing these great things for our students, and then the feedback is negative, and we're like horrified, but I spent so much time and effort, and I was so excited and whatever, and the students are like, it's not helpful or whatever, and so hearing the student voice around it is also going to be very important. Doing an evaluation afterwards, making sure has this actually worked? Is this something you think we should go forward with? How has it changed the way you think or the way you approach ethical dilemmas? Or was it just another exercise that you did because you needed a mark? So I think, yes, Daniel, the idea is that it will be done in class, and that each group will need to have someone that has access to a laptop in class. It's free as well. You don't have to sign up to DeepThink.
I also wanted to add to that, Terry Lynn and Daniel, is the critical thing you're saying is putting it back into the classroom. We got to move away from standing there and teaching and facilitating the development of the students in the classroom as necessary.
And my biggest bugbear about that is the DVCality, is that classrooms are not built for group work. We're still lecturing in classrooms from the 1970s. Even this, why are we sitting in rows? Anyway.
Just from, firstly, I'm a bit terrified, the redundancy of the teacher, how do we make ourselves not redundant?
Well, you're not redundant because you're facilitating this process.
But I mean...
And you're guiding this process.
But also, maybe it's not a question, but more a comment. It's still, even though it's all AI, literacy is so important. You still have to be able to read, and whether you're writing by hand or typing, literacy is still very important.
Yeah. And I do think, though, that's learning assumed to be in place when you come to university, that there is a level of literacy, and doing it with a fourth-year student that's been through 3 previous years at university, there's an expectation that they would be able to, they all do WRFE 101. Sure. So there is a level of literacy, computer literacy, and as well as language.
Sorry, my question is linked with what Hannah was saying. Have you considered, or is there a way to link this with students going and looking at the legislation and the guidelines that you are using when they're framing their answers?
Yeah, I mean, so the whole concept of the module is that it's open book. Yeah. So they've got access to all of that up front, yeah.
But when you look at their answers, would you expect for them to reference them?
Not in the framework.
Okay.
No. When I examine or test or assess, and they have to give me their outcome, their assessment of the ethical scenario. So, in other words, answering those guiding questions. Remember, this is just about creating a framework to then apply in answering another scenario. I don't want them to give me a new framework when I assess them. So they're then giving me an answer to the ethical dilemma.
Then links.
And when they give me the answer to the ethical dilemma, then they have to reference, yes.
Thank you so much. I think that was a fantastic, thought-provoking conversation with an incredible framework. And Dr. Fogarty, as you implement this next year, at the colloquium next year, we want to hear about the results and how it went. But certainly that deserves a good round of applause. Well done. And something you opened with saying that your husband and your kids and everybody is using AI, and it just shows that it's such an important part of everyday life, and it's becoming normal. It's not going to be AI in the future. It's just going to be like the norm, you know. And our colleague asked about, is it going to replace teachers? Well, there's been this phrase in education, and I think it still persists today, and it's been there for the past 10 years. It's that technology is never going to replace educators, but probably educators that use technology will replace those that don't. And there's something that you also said about using AI that really stood out, and it's about the shift in our focus on human values and being human in a digital age. You know, and it's really about what can we do that AI can't, that makes us distinctly human as human values. And I would almost say, I think we just need to learn to love each other. Some people have AI girlfriends. But I think this next topic speaks to that human element, and it's about students supporting students in wellness. And I think that's fantastic. Students supporting students in wellness, and that just speaks to our human element. So can we please welcome our presenters, Dr. Kovadia, Mr. Biko, and Ms. Hutton. Thank you so much.
Can I get this out? There you go. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. As they mentioned, I'm obviously not Dr. Kovadia or Tracy. I am Mtitile Libiko. I am a biokineticist and lecturer from the Department of Human Science. I sometimes think of myself as a part-time academic and more clinician. I'm just here to share with you guys a bit of work that we've done. It's kind of, I feel under pressure going after all the colleagues that have spoken today, but the amazing work they've done and all the tools they gave us, actually, like I was making notes on what I can do going forward. So hopefully you can take something from my talk. So our topic is students supporting students in wellness. This was an IPECP, which is interprofessional education and collaborative practice, or I know a lot of times colleagues would use interdisciplinary, but basically similar thing. We're sharing a bit of work we done. This took place last year, and obviously I didn't do all of this work by myself. It was with my colleagues, Tracy, Dr. Kovadia. We all three are introverts, so I don't know how I got pushed to come talk. I'm the shyest and the most introverted out of us three, but anyway, I took the tender and decided to come, obviously, share our work with us. Thank you. Yeah. So as we look and go into the presentation today, I was looking at the themes for today, which was health science education in context, which I felt like this spoke a lot to that, and then also specifically the sub-theme of how IPEC can be used for education and obviously holistic education as well as health promotion. And I felt this would kind of speak to that. So before we even go into much of what we did, we need to look at the context and the background. As we mentioned, the big theme of the colloquium is health science education in context. If we look at our context as South Africa, we know our healthcare system is very complex. I'll use that word. Even though we've made greater strides throughout the years, so improved life expectancies, improved mortality, improve accessibility for people, but there's still a lot of complications and issues that come, obviously, with our healthcare system and the state that we're in. So we know, or I'm assuming you all know, that in order to obviously to address these problems, we can't rely on individual professions or individuals working in solos. Unfortunately, we require a collaborative effort, a whole lot of minds, a whole lot of us working together. So then a big thing is how would we effectively teach this collaborative practice? So how would we teach this? And also, obviously, the holistic health and wellness promotion in a way that's engaging, relevant, as well as impactful to our students. Just looking at colleagues at the moment, do you think we are currently doing that? Are we teaching effective collaboration practice? And are we kind of getting our students to where we want them to be? Are we preparing them enough for this complex setting? What do you colleagues think? Why not? Just no. Yeah, so obviously the aim now of our project was to foster these collaborative competencies among these health science students while promoting a student health and wellness drive within our university community. So this started, I don't know if I've prefaced that all three of the colleagues that worked with me are on the IPE committee, so the Faculty of Health Sciences IPE committee. So I know sometimes it's not supported by other colleagues, and it's always the people on the committee itself that are kind of always pushing it within the departments. So hopefully after today, all the colleagues will be on board and will be helping us. Yeah, so with the IPE committee, the work we've been doing, we've had a lot of these initiatives throughout the years. So I remember in the 1 year, it was 2023, I think we had an initiative where we had students from various departments. So we had students from Department of HMS, dietetics, nursing, as well as medicine, where the objective over here, or the framework we followed, was the key or core competencies of IPE, which is communication, teamwork, collaborative practice, and all those things. In this setting, we had case studies that the students were going to work through. Again, with these case studies, we tried to make them as context-specific as possible. So we used data or research or journal articles from colleagues from the HMS department who did the DASH project. I don't know if your colleagues were aware of the DASH project, where they went into schools in the northern areas and some of the schools in the townships, where this included a whole lot of assessments from health to physiological to psychometric, and a few of these assessments. And a lot of data was gained from this, and then obviously this was followed by interventions and seeing how effective these interventions were. And in that process, it was all interdisciplinary or interprofessional. So we used these cases for these projects, and we had the students working together to kind of identify where we all fit in. First of all, understand obviously the context of our situation, understand where we all fit in, and how do we get to where we need to get. So this was then guided by this public health model. So framework of understanding or identifying if there's a problem, understanding the problem. So usually you can do this by doing surveillances and observing. So understanding obviously prevalence of whatever conditions or injuries. Myself specifically, I know I always adapt or apply this to sports because that is my interest. So I know we'd apply this model in sports where we identify, if I choose a sports like netball, we know ankle injuries are a major thing. If you look at rugby, concussions, and then the next step would be understanding what are the key factors that contribute to this and how these factors interact. So again, if I go to sports in netball, the bigger risk factors would be weight, unfortunately, fatigue, so all these things. So similar in this public health model is understanding what are some of the key factors and then coming up with ways to obviously address these factors, and then from these interventions, seeing how effective they are and improving them going forward. Okay, so I was saying all of that just to get us to our initiative over here. Sometimes I blabble, so just please tell me to move on. As I mentioned, our initiative was called Students Supporting Students in Wellness. Because we did all these other initiatives, we thought we could bring it even closer to home. So instead of going out doing case studies or going out into the further community, why not start here at home with students, for students? So hence this initiative. And obviously we called it Experience, where it was designed to not only benefit the students or the community around us, but also our health science students. And then the outcomes initially was to practically get them to obviously work with other professions or disciplines, enhance their communication abilities and role clarification, as well as obviously the confidence to apply all the stuff that they've learned. We felt that doing this with students kind of, what's the word? There is less of a pressure than being dumped at a site or a clinic or in a community. So they had more comfort and were more relaxed and more confident and were able to engage a bit more with that. And then with these outcomes, the key thing, again, we find that these were the competencies that we tried to get across and push through. It was communication, role clarification, shared responsibility, and teamwork. So I'll share with you how the process of this initiative went and how it looked and how all of these competencies actually fit into the big picture. We also have a video of the initiative, and there again I'm just blabbling, so please don't mind that. Just look at everything else going on around. Yeah, so if we look at how this initiative looked, so we had the planning and designing phase. So the planning and design phase initially was just with the colleagues before we involved the students. So this was the most difficult, or not difficult really, just required a lot of work and a lot of time. So more strenuous and more demanding, but also most crucial out of all of these. So with the planning and design, after the colleagues had met and obviously had this plan going forward, we had a session with the students. Unfortunately, it was only students from the Department of Human Movement Science and Dietetics. Issue has always been with timetabling, and so we've tried to include and involve everyone else, but the issue was always the times, the dates, and the tests and everything. So I think it was easier with these two departments because we're in the same building. So it is just a next door neighbor knocking on their door and moving things around. But ideally, would like to get more departments and more professions involved. Yeah, so the initial session with the students, we had obviously all the students together, and then we shared obviously our thinking, the frameworks and the models. We also try to make sure they understand what IPE was about, what the objectives and the goals were, and then we presented the context or the case of the student body. We also had a bit of literature to support or share with the students. So there's quite a bit of literature done in other institutions about the health profiles, physical activity levels, wellness profiles, and all these things on other students in other campuses. So we had disseminated this information with students, and then following this public health model, obviously we identified the problems. We then promoted dialogue amongst students as well. So what are some of the contributing factors? So why are we seeing this? I know obviously we as the student body would be a reflection of South Africa as a whole, because South African population is not physically active, or a big amount of the population is either overweight or obese, or they have these issues and stuff. So we were asking the students specifically now, obviously, to try and figure out what are some of the risk factors, what are some of the constraints or barriers getting in the way of them eating well, being physically active, and all these things. I'm sure some of these are kind of obvious to us. What would your colleagues think some of the constraints or barriers do you think they mentioned? Time, so time constraints was a big one. And cost, money was another huge one. Any other? Motivation, 100%. Also awareness. So a lot of them say, obviously, they'll plead, obviously, ignorance and were not aware importance of this and that, or how to improve, or they felt like they didn't have the tools to get to where they need to get. So this was all laid out. And then the following step of that now was designing this intervention, which was student-led, but guided or facilitated by us. So where we kind of had the picture, the risk factors, all these factors that come into play, and obviously now what could we do to address that? So we put this plan in place, and then the big thing now was also promoting this event. I'll show you what our promotion pamphlet looked like. So we had sent information about this event through various portals. So we did through Memo, through the residencies. We even printed out posters and submitted it to the residencies. So initially our thought was to identify one res and obviously work here, and then going forward we could spread it out. The issue again with the res was a lot of different students were doing different courses, so they were never available at the same time. Some of them come home late or that have sports, so we couldn't really get a big group, so we had sent it out to the entire institution. And with this, we were trying to emphasize the event's benefits and obviously saying what it's about and coming back. So let me try and show you what that looked like. So this was the ad, so which was sent out on Memo, and we printed out posters. So then individuals could scan and then to RSVP. And that's what it looked like. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. It's awkward. We should. Yeah, so there we're back. As I was saying, yeah, so we had promoted the event. There we go. Okay. So we had promoted the event. We had quite a bit of RSVPs, but on the day, unfortunately, show up wasn't as great. There was rain and there was a few other things, but we had quite a bit of RSVPs. The following step was the execution now. So that the plan that the student led, the ideas that they came up with resulted in this event. So the event would include health screenings. So there's free health screenings for the students that obviously showed up. And the health screenings included basic things like a questionnaire, also included a blood pressure measure, anthropometric measurements like waist, hip, as well as height and weight. So for BMI and waist measurements, obviously those are greater health predictors for us. And then following these measurements, what happened was a big part of it was engagement in education. This is where the health promotion comes in. So the students themselves were tasked with putting together presentations to kind of explain all of this to the students. So from when we had the planning and found what the issues were, so the students in their different groups were tasked with interventions. So they were mixed, dietetics and the biokinetic students were mixed. And then with presentations, so the one presentation looked at what nutrition, proper nutrition looks like. What are some of the issues, as we mentioned now, the costs or the time, or a lot of students say they don't know how to cook or it's too expensive. And then what we did, or what the students did, was come up with ways to kind of address that. So cheaper ways, easier to prepare meals, and also a printed out diet plan, which I'll show you now, which they could take home and actually always a resource for them to refer to. It was the same thing with exercise or physical activity. We had the students also engaging with them about the importance of physical activity. What are the minimum requirements? So at least 3 minutes or 30 minutes per week at moderate intensity, and then what that means and how that looks. And then they were also given a little home program to do that they could do at home as a resource as well. So a lot of them claimed they couldn't obviously go to the gym or they didn't have time. So the program was a 30-minute one you could do at home and was very easy to do. And then with the engagement as well, we allowed interactions and discussions, and students were able to ask questions and query about certain things and raise these things. And then we finished off with a little group exercise session, which involved a bit of dancing and a bit of movement. Again, it was just showing them what exercise can look like. So it doesn't have to be just at the gym using weights, but it's also about moving, getting any movement caused by the skeletal muscle that requires the expenditure of energy. And obviously we showed how it was, and a lot of them enjoyed this, especially doing it with a group of other students. And then the big part of it was the feedback. So with any intervention you do, obviously you need to figure out how effective it was, because we mentioned initially these are our outcomes or our aim. So we need to make sure now if this did address what we needed to address. So we got feedback from the participants themselves as well as the student facilitator. So we mentioned our aim was two-pronged. So you were trying to kill two birds with one stone. I actually hate that expression. Yeah, just two-pronged, not killing birds. Yeah. So it was two-pronged. So with the addressing wellness of students, but also the learning, holistic and collaborative learning of our students. And with that feedback, we tried to obviously see if we could get to that. So I think we saw this part. We saw that. And then I have a video. Let me just pause that. So it's like 3 minutes long, basically showing you what happened on that day. Just don't mind this guy talking a lot. I say just worry about everything in the background. So it's going to be about 2 or 3 minutes.
The different things that we'll be
you what the
testing
day
or
looked
components will be at different stations. So once you obviously done with this part, we will start off with the first station, which will be measuring blood pressure and heart rate. That's station number 1, but obviously our students will guide you on where to go. So this is station number 1. The following station would be in the lab outside over here, lab 4. So it's just out this door to your left. Over there, we'll be looking at waist measurements. So waist circumference. It's a good question. She's asking why. Why? Why would we want to measure waist circumference? That's a good point. So we'll touch on that now. Once we're done with the waist, we'll finish off with height and weight measurements. With the height and weight measurements, we're trying to calculate your BMI, your body mass index. Once we've done all of the measurements, we'll come back for info session. So obviously you'll see all your numbers. These guys are obviously going to try and explain to you obviously where you rank, what this all means, what we can do to address it. And then the last bit will be a nice, easy, quick exercise session. I don't know how easy it is. Very easy apparently and very fun. There's music. So I think there's going to be dancing as well. I don't know. So if you can't dance like me, you'll be at the back of the group.
So then this was the station of measuring blood pressure. So there's a mixture of the biokinetics and diabetic students. So all the participants had a piece of paper with them that they got to keep. It's like when you have a wellness day, go to the clinic, it's like a clinic card, where you'd obviously look at these measurements and you can see how is it acceptable, is it need to improve and all those things. So something they could keep. They also obviously get the handout explaining what all of this means and how you can address and fix it. Thanks to the nursing department, all the participants supporting us.
So Ruzani is from Limpopo, guys, so he'll definitely advocate for PAP. So just another quick question. How often do you guys cook? Every day. I want to be like you.
Okay, so that was what that session looked like. And then, again, that's just the feel of the session. And these are some of the resources that were allocated to the students. So a little home program and a little cookbook from our dietetics colleagues. So it was made by students for students. And then the last part of it then was the feedback. So, thank you. Okay, so it was big difference. Yeah, so the feedback, with the feedback, it was sent online, and we got to hear from the participants as well as our students. So you could see some of the responses, so the highlights. So there's quite a few highlights. So a lot of the students actually expressed how much they enjoyed learning from their peers and their students. Also, least favorite experience. Some of them didn't like all the talking. They just wanted action. So what they least liked was the long presentations. Yeah. And then obviously there were more suggestions asking for more such these events. And then going to our students now, asking obviously if we achieved that which we sought to. So looking at obviously the ability to kind of work well with others. So most of them were positive in their response. There's one or two who wasn't so much. And then looking at roles and responsibilities. So were they able to kind of articulate and know where they fit in? So again, a positive response from everyone. And then some takeaways. So this one, the top point over there. So some students also notice we may do certain things differently. And I think that's what these moments are about. So we would follow the Isaac protocol, and why other colleagues may follow this protocol. But obviously knowing this is the protocol you're following, and you're aware that it's because there's many ways to do certain things. There's not just one way. So allowing students to interact now and learn these things now going forward, obviously it'll lead to better practitioners. And then my favorite comment at the bottom, it was goated, apparently. I don't know if you're old like me, GOAT apparently is like greatest of all time. So it was goated. And then just to take away, we feel like this initiative kind of integrated and successfully did so. These core principles of IPE. The student-led approach was highly valued by both participants and facilitators. I think it fostered a lot of collaboration and learning, and was a nice supportive environment. Big thing though, obviously we possibly need to do more of these kinds of things, and possibly research going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can take about 2 questions really quick. Okay, Prof. Soji, thank you.
Thank you for a very good, exciting presentation. My question is around the opportunities that are created for more discipline so that it can be a true reflection of an IPE. Yes. My sense is always that familiarity, convenience, and proximity are the enemies of collaborative efforts. And how do we then challenge those so that we can make sure that we really interdisciplinary in nature? Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. That's a very valid point. And just thinking about it now, the biggest thing I think is just planning, because you did mention the convenience and the familiarity is easier, so we're not really challenging ourselves as much as we should, and getting the most and doing true interdisciplinary or interprofessional. So I think the proper thing is planning ahead of time. So that's where the IPE committee, as well as the board of faculty, obviously if we can come in and get all colleagues on board, knowing that, let's say for next year, so when we do plan for our modules, when we do plan for the dates and all these things, so we can put that into our module programs, or module, what do you call these things? Yes, yeah, so those kind of things. So I think the big thing is will come down to planning, because the issue we found was just the time. So when we state that this year we want to do this and this, a lot of times the colleagues obviously, the times will not allow, or they'll have lectures here, or they're working somewhere else. So I think it probably requires just better planning from all of our sides. Yeah, thank you. Your colleagues, no questions? Was it that good? Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was fun. I really loved that collaboration and co-creation really came through strong. I love how the educators had a consultative process with the students, really looking at the real contextual challenges and being flexible and responsive in real-time teaching. And I think that's the job of education, is to address real social elements. And also how Mr. Biko said that the weather threw us off and threw a spanner in the works, and just to sometimes be cognizant of how these things happen and play out in real life. I really loved a comment from one of the students that spoke about, I love being in a community of other people that encourage us. And you know, many of our students come from far away and they come here and they have like no family. So I myself, I work in communities of practice and different types of community, and community is probably the essence of who we are as Africans, you know. So I think the essence of community, AI cannot take that away. So community, culture, collaboration, and my favorite takeaway from this is that dancing is good for your health. So yeah, after this is an after party. So welcoming the next topic again, looks at IPE. Yeah, okay.
Sorry,
please
I
go
should
ahead.
make, but
Please
just
do,
to,
please do.
as part of the RPE committee, can I just really honour you guys, Tracy and Teteli, Dr. Kwadia. Like, it is difficult to get everyone on board, just in terms of an actual like time slot where everyone can, you know, like pharmacy students should also be there, you know, with glucose monitor or whatever. But the fact that there's never a perfect time, and you just go for it with what you've got. So well done for spearheading that.
Absolutely, and can I also just, on that note, open the invite to medical schools IPE. I would love for you guys to write to our IPE friends, and I'm sure we can collaborate and contribute. And next year at this colloquium, we can get some results of that collaboration. Thank you so much for that. So yes, looking at educational strategies and students' attitudes toward IPE, Dr. Kovadia and Dr. Gilchrist. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I was at a workshop earlier today, and let me stand here. I was at a workshop earlier today. Thank you. I was at a workshop earlier today, and the icebreaker for this workshop was, remember that time. That was the prompt, and we had to say, remember that time, and we also had to say, so what did we do with that, right? And as I sat here, like listening to the presentations and listening to my colleague Tui's presentation, I thought about it and I thought, remember that time when I had to sit at the faculty learning and teaching colloquium and people started talking about IPE, CP, and everyone took out their laptops and said, great opportunity, I have 30 minutes to reply to my emails and catch up on admin. That is the position and the current status of IPE-CP within both the engagement as well as the education landscape, or I'm speaking specifically from a health education perspective, right? So a lot of the presentation that I'm going to do today is based on trying to identify what is the position that IPE-CP finds itself in within health education in a South African higher education context. This work was This work was part of a bigger PhD study, and this is just a snapshot of one of the objectives that we looked at. So setting the stage a little bit, right? IPE-CP, which is Interprofessional Education and Collaborative Practice, is globally endorsed and it's a framework and a pedagogy that is globally implemented and accepted in a number of health education institutions abroad, okay? And the aim of it is to produce collaborative graduates and healthcare practitioners, right? In South Africa, however, looking at the research, we have found that the implementation of this particular framework, the uptake of this pedagogy and this teaching mode is very fragmented
and very scattered at the moment, right? However, if we look at the presentations that took place over the last few days and in some of the other stages that we find these conversations on, we know that in a healthcare context, the principle of collaboration, the principle of there isn't one particular discipline or one particular way that is going to put the person at the center of care. Right? So we know that this collaborative framework and this collaborative model is the model that we're going to have to move forward with. But it's also a change model. And as a human, as a person of being, I think change is difficult and change is slow. The uptake of change is slow, right? So also just to say that in health professions education, we must be transformative to produce graduates who are responsive to the population's health needs. They're socially accountable and capable of working in an interprofessional team and in an interprofessional discipline and setting. Okay, so that is the ultimate goal that we would want to achieve. So if you go to my home and you look in my study, that is the code that is there because it is what we want to produce as a graduate. So coming from my specific discipline, I would want to produce biokineticists and human movement scientists and sports management individuals who are able to work within these collaborative teams that are also responsive to the current context that we find ourselves in, both within South Africa as well as the Eastern Cape, because we do have some very unique challenges. So on your left, right, we have the traditional education model that is used a lot, where we have curriculum, our educational objectives, which would then also inform our assessments, right? A lot of these are very summative in nature, and if, for example, things like fees must fall, things like the COVID-19 pandemic, and now with Gen AI, right? We are finding that using this traditional model there are a number of loopholes and a number of things that we would need to address, okay? So the call is to use a more competency-based education model, and this competency-based education model is the corner or the cornerstone on which the IPECP framework and model for health education is based on. So I digressed a little bit, okay? So moving to the study that we did, we'll try to look at the position of IPECP within higher education within the South African landscape. And to do that, we looked at both the people who were training these graduates as well as the graduate that was just going to be graduated, right? So final year students, be it in their third year, their fourth year, or in some programs, fifth and sixth year, right? So we looked at all of the higher education institutions that would have a health sciences faculty or alike, and then also looked at final year students within these faculties. When we looked at the higher education institutions, we did a cross-sectional survey which targeted all 19 of these institutions, and we managed to get responses from 12 of these institutions in terms of what did their IPECP unit or committee or entity look like, right? So that was one of the questions that we asked. What was its governance structure? What was its operational structure? And what was its strategy going forward? How was, what did their idea of IPECP competencies and how did it link with their particular framework and what they were teaching at the moment? The modalities that we used was small group discussions or focus group discussions, as well as case-based learning.
And then we also asked them what were some of the challenges that they are experiencing in their units or entities. Then when we looked at the students, we sent out surveys, and this was quite a mammoth task because every institution you need to get separate ethical clearance, which was a nice lesson learned, but yeah. So we sent out a survey. It was an online survey to all of these 19 institutions who then were the gatekeepers and then further circulated these surveys to their final year students within their faculties, right? And we were able to get responses, as you can see in the graph there, from a number of different disciplines. Some were more popular in terms of people who responded, and some not so popular. So I think there would need to be a call for a much bigger response to this particular initiative. And in the questions, we asked them, for example, what was the exposure in terms of IPE-CP, both on a preclinical, clinical engagement platform, as well as in terms of education within their curriculum. What did they understand about the different roles that people played within this discipline of IPE-CP? What were their thoughts around teamwork and interprofessional communication, and how confident were they about saying to their patient or client that we are now going to address your particular diagnosis from a team perspective, and I feel confident enough to let you leave my care and go over to my colleague who would be able to produce or give you care, but from a different perspective. And then we also asked them about their perceptions regarding the different disciplines that they would work with, and were they aware of these disciplines? How do they think these disciplines could come in and assist in terms of patient care in a collaborative setting? So when we looked at specifically the faculties, there were 4 important things that came to the front, right? And the first one was that like 42% of the faculties of these 12 out of the 19 institutions in South Africa did not have formal IPE units or a formal IPE structure that was guiding their educational or pedagogy going forward. We also found that only 50% of these had formal IPE-CP integration within their curriculum, which could, and all of them were integrated into curriculum because they were board mandated. So some of the boards who don't mandate a change in educational framework, they were a little bit behind in terms of adding this. Then we asked, like, what were some of the common ways in which they put the framework of IPE-CP forward towards both faculty as well as students, and the common answers were things like small group engagements, case-based learning, etc. And then the key challenges that were experienced, and the one that came out very popular, was buy-in. And this was buy-in from leadership, so very much of a top-down approach, right? As well as curriculum alignment. Because like I said, we also found that we're creatures of habit, right? So we've been doing a particular curriculum and a particular framework of a curriculum for a whole long time, and we're producing good graduates, right? So why should we listen to Dr. Kolvaria that's coming here and saying, oh, no, listen, we need to tweak this a little bit so that we can produce even better graduates, right? And I think it's this positioning of the message that's being portrayed with the IPE-CP framework. In terms of the student feedback that we received, there was a diverse population of disciplines that responded. So from the clinical disciplines. And I know that my colleagues, myself included, if I'm going to go allied, I'm going to be slaughtered. But from the clinical right through to the allied professions, we had a nice range of responses. And we found that 73% of these students in their final year had some form of exposure to IPECP. Had it been, a lot of it had been in terms of engagement in collaborative practice rather than in terms of education. And then further, like asking the students in terms of what did they learn, and they said that they found that they learned a lot about respecting the different disciplines, how comfortable they were within their own discipline, to then take this discipline knowledge and use it as a catapult into this framework of IPECP. There was also like 77% of the respondents who said that they were unsure of what their particular role is going to be in this team, right? So there was a bit of ambiguity, especially in situations like, for example, measuring of blood pressure, weight, and height, right? Because I think most, if not all, healthcare practitioners, it's within their scope of practice to be able to do that. So the students found navigating that place difficult and challenging, and they weren't very confident about that. They also were great at recognizing the value of teamwork and collaboration, and expressed a more and a better need for that within health sciences education. So if we're looking at, okay, so then we have this information and we have this data, but what is the message that we're now putting forward with this information and this data, right? And on engagement in various platforms and within Africa, like nationally, internationally as well, we find that a lot of IPECP in health is built around work-integrated learning or experiential learning, and goes more within like the collaborative practice part. But in order to be able to adequately collaborate in practice, we need to be able to ensure that we are giving our students the educational tools to be able to collaborate adequately, right? And that was like the main thing that came out, and why there is now a need to focus on educational strategies to build on IPECP competencies. So this is not published yet, but we're busy working on it. Like a Venn diagram that we looked at the intersection between practice and education, right? So what were some of the challenges that we, or not even really challenges, but some of the key concepts that we experience when we're looking at practice, right? And those would be, a lot of the practice is in terms of small groups, case-based learning. There are poor interdisciplinary strategies. Like some of the students basically said that when they went on collaborative excursions, similar to, like, I mean, colleagues would be familiar with the Zanampilo project that we had, they felt that the clinical disciplines were in the front. They were put in the nice, shiny type of offices, whereas the more allied disciplines tended to be in like the tent outside. So they felt like there was like a hierarchy of disciplines, and this also created some form of nervousness and anxiety amongst the students, right? Then in terms of IPECP and clinical research, we do find that there is not a lot out there. In a South African perspective, a lot of these frameworks that we are now using are coming very much from international sort of bodies, and then we have to ask ourselves, but how are we then relating that context to the context in which we find ourselves in? Because we are by no means a perfect society, and I think the Eastern Cape comes with a number of additional challenges that we need to take into account. Then when we looked at the education, there were key things that would have emerged, such as, like I said, some of the students feel that they would have had IPE exposure from first year, whereas others had only one case that they did in their fourth year, having two groups of students working together. So there wasn't a standard that everyone could work off from. The preparedness for it, opportunities, like we're saying, time and finances and a number of different things. And then if we look at where both of these things interject and come together, we can see that working on all of these things together, we are better able to identify roles, we're better able to improve readiness for collaborative practice, and improve confidence in the healthcare graduate. So what are the recommendations? Okay, and some of these recommendations are nice wish list recommendations that would take a lot of additional work that needs to be done, and different role players and stakeholders that would need to come, right? I would absolutely, and I have some of our dear line managers here, I would absolutely love if Nelson Mandela University Faculty of Health Sciences had a formal IPE unit that was part of its like organogram structure that then filtered down into all three wings of research, learning and teaching, as well as engagement, you know, because it's something that can be driven. So that would be the wish list, right? So we want to formalize, sorry, IPECP structures across higher education institutions, right? We want to also embed the core competencies of IPECP from the first year so that they can be adequately scaffolded as the student moves on. We want to strengthen academic and faculty development before we can strengthen student development. Because if we as the educators are not buying into this concept, the students also going to pick up on this reluctance, okay? And then obviously bridge theory and practice gaps in clinical rotation. Okay, so my take-home message and call to action is that IPECP is an essential implementation, even though it is uneven within our South African higher education landscape. We need to be able to find a way that we're able to integrate it into our curricula and our engagement or work integrated learning strategies. Thank you. Three questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Aisha. Just a question on what your wish list was about having IPE formalized, and just wanted to find out how would that look, this formal structure, and how would it engage with the research, the learning and teaching, and the engagement?
Yeah, I think it would need a lot of thought and a lot of engagement from the different stakeholders on how this would look and how it would be operationalized at different institutions. So if we just like do sort of a benchmarking activity on some of the institutions in South Africa, we found that some institutions have formalized IPE structures that then, like for example, teach within the curriculum. They have a module, and this module goes from clinical practice, IPE, ethics, all of those core modules that would engage the commonality between the various disciplines, which are then housed within this entity or this unit. They have, like, for example, from the undergraduate modules, and then in postgraduate they have, for example, diplomas, in IPECP health education, so eventually becoming a self-sustaining entity. So that is the pipe dream and what we should be working towards, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. It actually links my question, not question, a comment more, or perhaps a question to you, links to what Bika was saying. So in the work that you've been doing and the engagement, like for instance, Western Cape and Bloemfontein, what is the financial model of that they used? Did they get seed funding to initiate such a formal process, or how was it actually funded?
Thank you.
If you know.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that's a very nice question. And the funding model, we've looked into it a little bit. The funding model very much in the initial stages was seed funding that has been provided to these institutions. And once they were able to be sustainable, their funding model now links with FTEs and that subsidy, higher education subsidy. Last question.
Aisha, in terms of this same recommendation, we do have engagement and transformation, and we have internationalization. So how will it intersect? What will be the intersection between all of these? Because part of it falls within learning and teaching, part of it falls within engagement and transformation end-to-end.
So thank you, Prof. I think that's also a very valid question. So a big part of the collaborative practice framework and competencies very much falls within the engagement and transformation and interdisciplinary consortium. So a lot of it does fall within that discipline in terms of collaborative practice. But research is also showing us that in order to be effective in collaborative practice, we need to be effective in producing or enabling the graduate. And the way in which we're going to be able to do that is through education and curriculum reform, or bringing it into education and curriculum. So that leg would then fall under learning and teaching. And then we also need a bigger discussion and a more bringing in a lot of stakeholders when we're looking at interprofessional research. We need to have the discussion on where do those FTEs lie? Where does the student register? What does it mean because the bottom line, we're looking at the subsidy. What does it mean for the subsidy of the institution, the department, the individual, etc.? So there is a lot of work that needs to be done still in this because it is a way of thinking that we're trying to change and we're trying to bring in different aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kvadia. Yeah, so as we can see, IPE, I'm glad that it's so high on the conference list. So since the past 4 years, we've definitely seen it being raised on the strategic agenda. More and more people are becoming familiar with the frameworks and the tenets and the complexities, associated with IPE. And one of the things that we can still understand is that there are still systems that perpetuate divisive behavior amongst professions, and these systems are still perpetuating silos and prohibiting us from achieving effective collaboration. And I think the next talk speaks directly to that. It's titled Breaking Down Silos. And I think that's a big issue for us. And if we look at the speakers and the collaborators on this, we can welcome them. It's Ms. Nadia, Mr. Brink, Ms. Hatton, Prof. Grese, and Ms. Nkulu. Yes. And if you look at the representation, it's from pharmacy, emergency medical care, human nutrition, and nursing. So it's almost a whole hospital, and that's IPE. So welcome. Thank you.
I feel better moving around. How many introverts in the room, please? Introverts. If it makes you feel any better, I'm an extrovert, and I still don't feel comfortable being here. Guys, I will give you a bit of a background of how this started. And just be kind with us. It's a pilot. Yeah, so it's a pilot. We wanted to test the waters and see what's happening when we bring four departments together. And the way we started was talking with each other, discussing and thinking, okay, what can we do for our students to bring them together and let them explore, understand each other, understand the scope, try to see how can they put, because we constantly tell them the patient is at the center. We do everything for our patients, but how can we collaborate actually to prepare them for the work environment and for them to work together in the benefit of the patient? So as you can see, what we have together, we're open-minded, and I think the common theme in the room, listening to you guys for the last 2 days, is you like to be disrupted. Yeah? So, and the other thing is you like to do things differently. Understanding that that's the key to progress. We cannot move forward if we constantly do the same thing. I don't remember who said it, but the definition of madness is doing things and expecting a different outcome. So it's clearly that we need to do things a bit differently. So we started our journey with trying to understand the students' perception about our 4 professions. And just to say that and I know that the question will come, so just let me put it out here, familiarity, yeah. We knew each other beforehand, and we reached to our students that we know that are already mature enough to want to get involved in such a project that doesn't have any marks attached. It's volunteer basis. If you want to join, join. And by the way, you will not be joining during the working normal study hours. It will be after hours. We cannot motivate you. It's within you. If you motivate yourself and you want exposure and you want to learn in a different way, by all means do it. And we're quite surprised of the outcome. So I'm inviting you, scan your QR code because you are all on devices. Rather use them for this. Scan the QR code and quickly answer this question. I hope technology will help me. It worked earlier.
Oh, it's back.
I feel like in a lecture venue now, and all the students in front of me waiting for something to happen. Is it?
So do you want to share the screen?
Yes. Duplicate, yeah. Okay, keep changes, and there you go. Okay, ooh. So these are your answers, responses. Medication dispenser, I like that. Accident, where's the accident? You know, ambulance driver, told you. Food nutrition, that sounds a bit better. Detailed balance, care, empathy, active. Now I want to ask you, at what stage in your career have you learned about the roles of the other professions? When did you start to grasp better what's the role of the other professions in the patients, for the patient's well-being? Sorry? ComServe. In practice. In other words, you are telling me that university hasn't prepared you for that. You need to go out there to learn. So why aren't we not trying to do something now to get them ready? So let's play a little game. See, I'm in the pharmacy department, we're playing games. That's all we do all day long. So our students' perception, when we ask them the same question, who is this? What profession? They call dietitians food police. There's perception. Food police. They tell us what to eat, what to not eat, what not to eat. Ambulance drivers, that's EMC for them. Ambulance drivers, nothing more, nothing else. And this is our students. Nurses, pretty faces, ladies, a profession for ladies only, and are there only to do what the doctor tells them to do, nothing else. That's the conception. That's the belief amongst our students. Pointless to say, we are just count tablets, nothing else. Okay, true. We need to have a one-on-one. Okay, so what is our driving force as facilitators? We are not there to impose our views. Students are there to drive the process. They need to tell us what they need from us, and we'll make it happen for them. We obviously, you know it very well, and it was reinforced a couple of seconds ago. We have a big gap in the curricula. Because it's not in the curricula, we don't have IP-ECP, and we don't have enough opportunities to close the gap of understanding. We need to do that, and we need to give them the opportunity to build a network. How many years did it take you to build a network? To have a referral system, to feel comfortable with that? Why are we not starting now? And this is the perfect opportunity because it's a safe space. And we allow them, we've been facilitators. We haven't told them once what they need to do. They told us how they want to go about. So I will stop there with what we've done so far, and I will pass the mic to our expert in IPC.
No.
Yeah, Tracy.
Maybe one day it's my goal in life. So we needed to identify a framework or appropriate competencies to drive this pilot program. And we decided on the CIHC competency framework. And the reason why we chose this framework, because it's a very patient-centered framework. And also because the framework is all about emphasizing inclusivity. It's equity orientated, and it takes into account the complexity that we all exist in, which other colleagues have alluded to, specifically within the Eastern Cape system. So we didn't spend a long time on this framework. We showed the students this framework during the first pilot or the first session, and I think I spent about 5 minutes on this framework. And I asked the students a question. I asked them, who is the most important person in the healthcare team? Who is the most important person on the healthcare team? Okay, so I'm going to ask you that question. The nurse? We had that response, yes. The patient, yes. So students said, no, it's the doctor. No, it's the nurse. No, nobody's more important. We're all the same. And then eventually one student said, it's the patient. And I was, yes, exactly. The patient is actually a part of the healthcare team. So that was the reason why we chose the framework. And then another reason why we chose this framework as well is that you can see that it's a complex system. And I just wanted students to understand that. Okay. So I don't want to go into detail on the slide, but all I wanted to say here is I don't know if it was because that I initially exposed them to the framework or because it was almost inductively. But as we garnered feedback from the students, much of the feedback was around, we are clarifying roles, for example, or we are learning how to negotiate our roles with each other. And it almost came across organically and inductively. And students actually started to understand what is IPECP. And then there are actually competencies, that are linked to IPECP. And I think, so I think that was the role of the framework. Okay, hand on to my colleague. I'm done now.
Thank you. You will see that we also present as an interprofessional team. Okay, we want to tell you what we've done so far. It is sort of supplemental to what Biku has talked about. And as Doina said, it's not during work time. They come 5 o'clock in the evening. And it's absolutely, if you want to come, you come. We have started with the 4 departments, but I will talk about it later again. In our first session was an online session. Tracy has told you a little bit of what we have started and done there. And we had 44 students who attended the session. We advertised it once only in all departments, and 44 joined. And in these first 2 sessions, we concentrated on what it is, and then roles and a role clarification, because from the students it was important for them to know what is everybody doing. And they, as students, then started to discuss the competencies of IPE, what they want to reach from IPE, and also their roles in their, in other words, the competencies in the professions. And they then, with the figure that you have shown, they also then started to understand effective care of patients is the core. And that is what it is about. And if we all work together, we can give much better patient care. In the second session, we had a face-to-face session. In the middle of winter, it was already dark, but they came. And we had 21 students coming. And we did give them healthy snacks also. It was sort of a double, it had a double outcome, because it was also as a practical for a group of students that had to do a function. And that way we saved a lot of money, because we used the event for 2 things. The students split in 4 groups, and they each had a case study that focused on a specific aspect. For example, Daniel's was on AI, and Mine was on the practical aspects, etc. And so we had one case study that we gave them, and they took over, and they had to discuss the case and work collaboratively together and clarify each one's role in that case as it is. There were also, of course, in each case, there will be, for example, the medical doctor that was not there, or the psychologist, or the psychiatrist, or the social worker that was not there. And in that case, they had to use their phones and AI and say, okay, if I do this and you do that, what are these people doing that we do not have here? And then they started to give feedback and did an evaluation and tell us now, okay, we have now gone here, what are we going to do from here? This is some of the feedback that we got. They found it very valuable. It shows them also responsibility in the working environment of a team and how important it is to be as a team. And we all need each other in the care of the patient. We learn to respect each other. That came quite in different ways. Ne? And I love the interaction, the same as what Biko has said. They also loved the case studies where they can come up with the information and go on, because the case study is very small or short and a brief study, and they have to then go on from there. And then the other professions, as we say, and what additionally come from that is they loved the chance to speak in public and to be engaged. They say they learned now to be able, because they all got a chance to speak in front of the others. So it had also other outcomes. And they said they very much in the end would like to go on a ward round or an actual setting with all the professions together in, for example, a hospital. And they also said it gives them a different perspective to teamwork. Just a few of the pictures where they were and what they've done. We plan our next face-to-face session early in the second semester. We must just get going. We do want to include more other professions. We have invited for the first session, for example, as part of the session, a psychologist to come and talk about the role of the psychologist, and we will also invite the students. We don't do it everything at once. We do it gradually because we are all working and it takes also a lot of time. So we do it step by step, adding the disciplines. And the students are now creating short, engaging videos to showcase their profession. And then that we will also, for example, put on the social media platforms so that it's available to others. And they will actively then reflect from their videos. We also have, we have not discussed it in full yet, but we have, for example, the Physicians Association for Nutrition, who would like to come and speak to the students, not only the physicians, but healthcare students, that we will invite as part of this to come and listen. They are a group that some feel that it is controversial. They have a controversial way of thinking about things. Ne? And that is also a way to get interprofessional contributions on what do you think about this. So they will, for example, come speak. So we are going to give them, the students, challenges. And from the challenges, they can learn to work together. Because what do we get in our professions? It's challenges that we have to deal with. From here.
Thank you, Prof. So I'll be very quick. Regarding the what we call the tabletop discussions that we did, just as Prof. Grisse has mentioned, we wanted to give the students opportunity to get also the other professions not present, that perspective also in with the discussions that the students had. So by simply using free AI tools, they could chat on the mobile device or use the AI voice to speak in a role play manner. For example, the radiographist, the doctor, the psychologist, and with that, it was very interesting to hear and see the students interacting. And I think we ended up going quite a bit of overtime. I think we,
2 hours and a half.
yeah, I think we only stopped at 8 o'clock that evening. But yeah, just as a demo, these tools are available. Google Gemini has come forward as quite a strong, completely free version. So if there would be any recommendations besides ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, I would advocate for Google. You get a lot of free features that you would pay for when you would use other AI platforms. But one of the last things that came up in the group discussions on the topic of interprofessional disciplines was what's the salary difference? And that was interesting. But just on that,
Do you remember our answer? What do you know?
just on that was if we can give opportunities for our students to learn about each other's professions in the same space here at university, but also, again, it's the challenges, but the opportunities are there, doing ward rounds together, even at small scale. And then to also advocate for our clinical platform partners to, and again, this is just an idea, but to come to our space and advocate for employment after they graduate. Again, speaking from a work integrated learning coordinated perspective, we need graduates to stay locally so that there's a more experience built, a skill and a brain capacity built within our clinical platform. And if it's a 2-year turnaround, that's fine. But as long as there's a constant standard of experience within our clinical platform, it can definitely help with our current students. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, just thank you so much to our presenters. I'm not going to say anything further. I think we've had a lovely conversation on IPE and AI and a lot of exciting things. I think that was a brilliant session, tying in with the conversation of the theme education in healthcare in new directions, innovation and new directions. So we've seen a lot of innovation, a lot of new directions. And I just want to thank all the presenters one more time, and please ask all the presenters to, just before we disappear, to come to the front, take some photos, anybody else that wants to join the pictures, and then we will have lunch. And after that, we will be back here in the venue at 1:40 so that we can start an exciting interactive engagement at 1:45. A round of applause. Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon our two colleagues online who is going to be part of our panel. My name is Annalene Keert, and I'm going to be the chair for the last session of this colloquium here today. So the afternoon, we're going to start off, before we have our panel, we're going to start off with what we call an interactive engagement with our artist Munib Wassim. Now Munib, I know that we've mentioned your bio this morning. We kept it short. I'm just going to go through it again. It is fairly short, so we can do that, but also for the purpose of the people who were not here. I've only got to know you the last few days, so I also know that if I speak too long and I interfere with what you want to do, that you're going to stop me. So, okay. But this interactive engagement that we have here, this activity, it's quite pertinent to the colloquium because it's focusing on interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary nature of the healthcare and innovative teaching practices that train graduates fit to deal with the kind of social justices and challenges that we do have. So this activity here is meant to capture our discussions and portray where we are and where we would like to go. So in the form of an interactive, artistic space that will, and the artists will paint on canvases in front of us during the 15-minute slot on the program. His name is Munib Wassim, the founder of Metamorphosis, a foundation aimed at youth development, especially in drug and gang-infested areas in all provinces in South Africa. He is official artist for Give of the Givers, and he's also alumnus of the PE Technicon, but doesn't want us to mention how many years ago he's graduated. That's why I became quiet when I looked at the name, okay? So he said that as a joke. So his journey as a mural artist started with Happy Valley. We will remember that this morning. And it is his passion to capture people's thoughts, discussions, and experiences. And colleagues, I'm going to give over to him, and you will all know that as you came into the session just now, he was standing in front there, and he said, close your eyes. He gave you a paintbrush, and he said, do whatever you want to. So now I'm going to keep quiet, and I'm going to give over to you. You paint. Okay. Okay. Okay, sometimes we go a little bit off script and we learn as we go along, okay? So and I see there he opened and he almost ran out, and we cannot let him run out. So what we are going to do in the session, in this next 10 minutes, I would like the people in the audience to share your thoughts of those key issues that came up during these 2 days, What are those moments that captured you? What are the pictures that you see in us as, in the health science education that seems to stare at us as glaring gaps? What are the opportunities that we spoke about? We will remember that when Dr. Tony had a keynote this morning, she said, we're not going to talk about large classrooms, etc. That's not the way we're going to talk. We're going to talk about where we are now and where we go and what's possible and what we are doing. So as he's painting there, I think for us, think about the stuff that we spoke about, the emotions that went through your body and the pictures that appeared in your head. Share those and whatever it is that he's going to do with it. Okay? Right. Thank you. Prof. Delena, you've had your hand up.
Want us to come in, or how would you like
I
us
want you to come in now,
Okay.
and because he's listening, okay?
okay.
So he's now, he's a living artist listening to what we are saying.
Yeah, just when you said what stood out, unfortunately yesterday I couldn't be here all the time, but this morning, based also on Nolatandu's, talking about disruption, and then referring to Zuleka, I think it was you yesterday that asked, are we ready for the disruption that's needed to reframe or redesign health sciences education? So, that's really stayed with me. And what do we mean by, are we ready for the disruption?
Okay. So it's the disruption and whether we are ready as people and even as a system. Okay, Karen? I think we need to get you a mic so that, Carmen is coming with a mic.
I thought I'd have a classroom voice. I was going to add the Dr. Muheng's statement about everybody having a political opinion in the curriculum. I thought about that a lot. Because in healthcare, personally, I think we are apolitical, like many of us seem to think. But we have an opinion and we come from a history, and that stood out to me, to actually keep remembering that in our curriculum adjustments.
Lovely. So apolitical is also political. Eh? So I've got 3 hands there. We're going to do, we can do Natalie, Mia, and then we come here to Prof. Singela.
For me, what's been standing out is we talk about certain things in the institution, but I've heard how colleagues are already doing it in their classroom and in their spheres, from the ground up. We've been trying this, we've been testing this, it's happening, and maybe not on a large scale, but it's there, and that for me is very inspiring.
Okay. So we've been on a journey of discovery, amongst ourselves, using this platform. Mia?
I was also not here yesterday, but this morning with Prof. Tony, is it Prof or Doctor? Dr. Tony, sorry. When she was speaking about the discomfort and the readiness, I don't think we can ever be ready for that disruption. And this is what we tell our students, to just jump in. It's like a dog jumping into a swimming pool, and you don't know what's going to happen. So we just need to embrace that discomfort about we don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. So there's never going to be a central point where we say we're ready now. We just have to work with it. Okay. Oh, you've got one. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, I missed some of the sessions today, so I'm going to base my comments on yesterday. And of course, there were quite a few standout comments. The state of being, the state of becoming, the spaces we create to encourage voicefulness amongst the voiceless, the empowerment that we also create through acknowledging the need for reflective practices, both from our side and the side of students, and also the affirmation of some of those reflective spaces.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, colleagues. We've got about 5 minutes still that we can, actually exactly 5 minutes. If we have more comments, I've seen a hand there. Thank you. Madeline.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to say that, that feeling of not being prepared has been demystified the last 2 days. I've always been scared of AI, and so I am very grateful for all the colleagues that have shared their experiences with AI, and I think I'm ready to use it. I'm ready to jump in And I've always been an advocate of AI, though. I've spoken to my students and I've arranged many talks over the last 2-3 years for them, because I know the consequences of them misusing AI. And therefore, I didn't use AI because I was always scared that I would be plagiarizing or being accused of being, somebody said cheating earlier with AI. So we as academics, we are not teachers, if I can say that. But the university creates these spaces where we are informed of the different teaching practices, and they are actually educating us so that we are able to facilitate our modules as not just as professionals, but as what's the word? As specialists in our areas. So, as specialists in our area, so this is the second point I'm actually mentioning. The fact that first one was about being scared of AI, and then secondly, we are all specialists in our areas, and that is why we are here, because we have something to carry on, to give to our students, to show them about what it is in our field that we are best known as. So even though we are not skilled as teachers, but we are skilled as facilitators, being knowledgeable of our fields of practice. So I want to also say, don't feel ashamed that you are not a teacher. You are a professional in your area. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, now all the hands are coming up. So I've got 3 hands that just came, and I'm going to give those. We've got 2 minutes. Prof. Soji, you can go.
Yes. I think when we speak about are we ready for the question that I was asking yesterday, because it was around we need to encourage students to disrupt us. And my question is, it starts with us being ready to be disrupted. And for me, it's about that ability to hold both the being and becoming, not only for students, but for ourselves. And the being, focusing on the present and jumping in and doing it afraid. And allowing ourselves to be vulnerable, because that's what we expect the students to be. And that ability to then relinquish that power, because if we're able to do that, then we will remain with a being, with a hope that eventually we will also become.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. So let me just see. I've got here. And then.
I think what stood out for me was the reflective or the reflection aspect, because a question that was asked yesterday through one of the presentations was, why do I teach? And I think that part where I had to be reminded again of why do I teach, why am I here, what is it that I'm supposed to do? I think that reflection is so critical. And it's something that I was introduced to during my early career academic advancement program, because when I first joined the university a few years ago, I didn't think about things like that. I didn't think about the fact that I've got a function, but what is the bigger picture? What am I doing and what role do I play? And I think that reflection is important, and it needs to happen all the time, and that is what stood out for me over the course of these 2 days. There's many other things I can mention, but that reflective aspect was what stood out for me.
Okay, thank you. Our last comment, and then we're going to close this part and let him run off.
I think that students have changed over time, and sometimes slowly but surely, but with the event of COVID, our students changed fast. And I think we've realized that we've hit a wall now, and we can't carry on anymore as we have. And that there are now opportunities with new technology that allow us to really make a step change and change what we're doing and take things forward, still in an ethical way, but in a way that allows our students to engage in many different ways with the material.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, colleagues. We've now came to a point where we're going to, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your contributions. So what we're going to do is that he's going to carry on with what he's doing somewhere else, and when we do the way forward this afternoon, he's going to share with us what we've had. But before, okay, so let me first just do that. Something else I wanted to talk about is the shirt on the left-hand side, but we will do that when we do the way forward, okay? What we are going to do now is that we're going to go to our last panel discussion for this colloquium, and we have 4 panel members. 2 of our panel members are here in person, and the other 2 are online. And I'm going to briefly introduce all of them. And Dr. Moraz said to me that all I need to say to people is that he is the head and the director of the medical school at the Faculty of Health Science at Nelson Mandela University. He's got a 2-page thingy here. He said I must not talk about it. But his undergrad, and I'm not going to talk about much of that, undergrad was at UKZN. A lot of his postgrad he's done at UCT. And he's also done a lot of his work in, environment was in university management at UCT as well. And then he also has various regulatory boards that he is that he served on and is serving on. And I'm going to mention the last one here. And he's currently he's the deputy chairperson of the Office of Health Standards Compliance in South Africa and a member of the South African Ministerial Advisory Committee on Human Resources for Health Policy Reviews. I'm just going to say that. Is that okay? Right. Then I've got, and colleagues online, sorry that it seems as if I'm first introducing the face-to-face people. It's just the sequence in terms of how I have it here. So I've got Prof. Andre Keet here. And he is a Kuilmer-born teacher and a scholar practitioner whose work bridges academia, executive leadership, and the advancement of the transformative, responsive university. He left the South African Human Rights Commission in 2007, and then he transitioned into academia. He has held professional positions at several universities, both nationally and internationally. Currently, he is a professor and research chair of critical studies in higher education transformation at Nelson Mandela University, where he also serves as a deputy vice chancellor, engagement and transformation. Working relationally and intergenerationally, he pursues the interplay between friendship, politics, love, and justice to steer his praxis on higher education transformation, development, democracy, and human rights. Okay. Decentered critical university studies and the nexus between university science, industry, and society. Then what we have, the 2 people we have online, we've got Ms. Kawekazi Makabuka, and she's a sociology lecturer at the Department of Sociology at UWC, and she's a PhD candidate at Nelson Mandela University, and she specializes in healthcare justice, communicative injustice, and health policy failures. Her areas of research include care work, sociology of healthy, and labor studies. And I just want to say, yes, as we said, she's having her PhD still with us, and she's always been very, very involved here at this university. We're actually jealous of UWC. So then the last panel member for us is Prof. Yusuf Shike. Prof. Shike is a distinguished retired academic from Stellenbosch University. Prof, you might wonder where we got the bio from. We'll talk about that afterwards. Renowned for his leadership in health systems research, health workforce planning, and dental public health in South Africa. With a career spanning several decades, he has made significant contributions to health professions, education, and policy development, particularly in advancing equity and transformation within the South African health systems. As a former head of Department for Global Health in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, he played a pivotal role in shaping interdisciplinary research and capacity building initiatives. His scholarly work and mentorship have influenced national strategies on human resources for health, positioning him as a respected voice in public health discourse, both nationally and internationally. And with that, I'm going to invite the panel members to come take their seats. I'm going to move to a point where if I have to, and maybe just warn you about time, then I can do that. But colleagues, I can see that, I hope you can see from the bios that we have here, that we can only look forward to this panel. Thank you.
Andre, it would be inappropriate for me to sit so far away from you, so I'm going to sit very close to you and to welcome Yusuf and Kawakazi online. If the rest of the previous 2 days were disruptive, I would assume that the title of this panel would be disruptive to you. And it was deliberately chosen that way to end with a very stimulating and disruptive thought leadership experience. And so the purpose of the panel, and I have to just, with all the bios, just recognize two qualities of all three panelists. They are engaged scholars and they are activists all in their own right. And they're chosen very specifically because the title is one of a reflective and intellectually rigorous conversation that looks at the role of health sciences education in advancing equity amidst pervasive structural and institutional hostility. Importantly, we believe that the panel will touch the intersection of the dynamics of education, health, and justice under the theme that we put out. And so the way we're going to structure the panel, and the success of the panel, is going to be after the panelists give their input, because this is an open dialogue, and I'm hoping that there will be interesting questions, no stone unturned, and we'll make sure that we have an exciting conversation. So the structure will be that each panelist will provide a maximum of an 8-minute input. We'll start with Andre, then Kawakazi, and then Yusuf. And then I'll try and facilitate about a 20, 25-minute conversation. Andre, thank you for agreeing. Kawakazi, thank you. And Yusuf, thank you very much. Andre, over to you.
Thanks, Rino. Thanks, Anne. Thanks, Zuki. It's also good to see you, actually. And return to people that I see fairly rarely within our spaces. And of course, all the colleagues here. I've got a debriefing last night as well, so things have been going well, I assume, you know. That is that's the advantage of Pillow Talk Symposia, you know, so. And of course, thanks to the faculty, you know, for inviting me. And then, of course, two great friends sharing the panel with me, Kawa and Yusuf. It's lovely to reconnect with you in this space. So thinking about new wars and old scars, I was trying to figure out from Rino what he has in his head, just to make my life a bit easier. He says, no, you must run around with your own ideas on this one, okay? So please bear with me. So I had the idea of like contemporary conflicts being fought on, you know, historical landscapes of trauma, death, pain, and so on. So those will be the new wars, and then, of course, the old scars. And those also, of course, on the landscapes of inequality, which is a very key theme for this particular colloquium. And so the current hostilities may then also include things like climate change, things like different types of pandemics. It may even include the question of artificial intelligence, good and bad, of course, because it does hold a number of risks, and it does hold deep opportunities as well, question of digital divides. And so apart from armed conflicts, of course, the old scars may then also then refer to historical injustices, you know, like apartheid, colonialism, systemic racism, and economic disparities. You can see how those then intersect with one another. And the intersections are fairly obvious, I think, in the way in which it impacts health equity negatively and, of course, entrenched the global health deficit. So I want to offer two conceptual contributions, which I hope may assist to think alternative possibilities. against the backdrop of the challenges that the colloquium is trying to engage with. So my first suggestion is the notion of necropolitics, which is a concept developed by Achille Mbembe, which is one of South Africa, Cameroonian top African scholars. That refers to ways in which political power is deployed to determine who lives and who dies. So it extends then beyond the idea of biopolitics, where everybody is being surveilled or moved in terms of different types of populations, but it's focusing not only on managing life, but also the ways in which people are exposed through death or to death, and in the way in which people are exposed to vulnerability, whether it's violence, abandonment, systemic neglect, and of course the ways in people are privileged to determine a meaningful life for themselves. So that's the notion of necropolitics. And I think it integrates very nicely with the new wars, old scars type of logic. So the exposure to death within the context of necropolitics, and of course the protection from vulnerability within the same area of conceptual thinking, also intersects with the question of class, because racism, gender, racialization, and colonial structures of inequality, and also the way in which groups are disproportionately targeted for death and denied resources to live a meaningful life. In relation to this particular idea of necropolitics is also the concept of death worlds, worlds of death, which are political, economic, social, and spatial formations where people are deliberately exposed to premature death and violence. There are many spaces, spatial formations on our continent of that nature, but you can think, for instance, about our own townships, Yemen, Sudan, Palestine, and many others. They literally constitute death worlds. And then the second suggestion, from a conceptual point of view, is Butler's old work on grievability in frames of war, which explores the cultural and political mechanisms that frame our understanding, and I say the question of disruption coming through here as well, frames our understanding of violence, life, and grievability in contemporary warfare. So certain lives are differentially recognized as valuable and mournable, and we have massive, massive time spent on it, and other lives are not regarded as mournable. And for instance, there have been systematic attacks over, or attempts over decades now at rendering Palestinian lives ungrievable. It does not even feature anymore in the news, even as people die every day in that particular space. So they probably the group in the context of what one can say geographical and cultural formations that suffers a very high level of unmournability and ungrievability in the international consciousness of the world. And that, of course, you can clearly see part of the power of ungrievability on the negative side is that it allows a genocide to happen right in front of our eyes without any massive international protest that is commensurate to something that one can only describe as war crimes within that particular context. So now across our various fields of work that we do here as professionals and as scholars, the critical examination of our political construction of ourselves and of course of our disciplines, they may in one way or the other contribute to this sense of ungrievability of certain lives, and they may in one way or the other contribute actually sometimes even directly to knowledge systems that enable genocide and that enable wars. So this panel sits, at the intersection of transformative health science education and then Nelson Mandela Week, and of course try to connect the two in the context of Mandela's fight against injustice and the promotion of human dignity. So what I hear also from colleagues just now in the past few minutes is that the health sciences education can no longer operate in isolation from the hostile structural forces that perpetuate health inequities. And I think that's a great sense of commitment coming from the floor that I've already just noticed now. And so if we then move towards the traditional pedagogical, or away from the traditional pedagogical approaches, Nolutando, towards transformative, equity-centered education that can address both new wars but also old scars at that particular intersection of what the name Mandela may mean. And of course, this is one of the things that the faculty itself puts forward for the, the doctors and the nurses and the pharmacists that it's producing, and other, professionals as well. So globally, we are in the throes of 150 armed conflicts annually, right, in this world. And it's linked to disaster capitalism, of politics, religion, and then this massive military, security, industrial, technology complex. It's as if people are making an industry of warfare, that there are certain interests built into the perpetuation of war. Out of the 5 permanent members on the National Security Council, who ironically is supposed to promote peace in the world, 80% of them produce the armaments by which the wars are fought. That's one of those ironies that you call a pedagogy of absurdity. Very absurd. And then the consequences of these wars, of course, death, disabilities, disparities, disorders, all, you know that 12D framework as well. Now, at this nexus of this particular, suffering, and of course, inequalities, health, science, education then emerge as perhaps a particular kind of response to the challenges that we're facing from, of course, a health inequity perspective as well. And you know what happens to the 110 million people displaced on an annual basis due to these different kinds of tragedies as well. And the healthcare systems, as you may well know, like the education systems, they get weaponized. They get targeted within the context of these different sets of conflicts as well. But there are something about the structural inequalities at a global level that also lands in the everyday of our lives. We feel it in the air, it's in our bones. There's a battle for generosity to win over hostility, just in the normal sense of how we make life on a daily basis. And this is because our political frames are being constructed by these developments that numb us in various kinds of ways, and of course devalue certain lives by which we justify violence against them. The LGBTQI plus community can attest to the way in which that devaluing convert into violence. But the university, strangely enough, is also one of the few social institutions that can, objectively speaking, work against these trends in various ways and on various fronts. What other institution can you think of that will be able to respond to the challenges that we're just talking about within the context of health and equities? Because we frame the world, we can also reframe the world, and that's also what I hear colleagues were saying earlier just now. And so we should then, as a matter of course, consistently engage with the structural inequities that impact health through transformative health science education, and there's no template for it. It's going to be all kinds of experimentations. You're going to see one comes out of it and learn from those particular kinds of processes. So I would like to propose one other form of structural mooring that I think we seldom acknowledge. Structures that we're speaking about are not simply political or financial or institutional structures. They're also knowledge structures now. So our disciplines are also structurally anchored by interests that people have within the way in which the discipline operates and in the way in which the discipline include and exclude. Those are all kinds of structures in our own knowledge formations as well. And so our academic interests, which are also emotional and effective and material interests, are located within those disciplines. And sometimes we resist the transformation of those disciplines because it disrupts the privileges that the disciplines offer us. So it's a structural form that you have. That's why it's very difficult to change the disciplines like psychology or medicine or anthropology for that matter, because the formation of knowledge is actually the conversion of human interest. It is not innocent, objective knowledges at play here. So the key ethical obligation, and we have very few available to us, is the decolonization of the disciplines, because that's exactly, it's the unmooring of the powers within which the disciplines have been invested, because that will probably be one of the few ways in which you can unburden the transformative potential that the discipline should offer the students and the lecturers involved in this as well. And of course, the ways in which IKS needs to converse with the different forms of conventional knowledge formation, so that the disruption that people speak about here can then have much wider and deeper impact as well. So there is a form in which these kinds of knowledge formations perpetuate exclusions. And so one has to move beyond trying to think of the disciplines as innocent formations of knowledge organization, but rather disclose the interest embedded within themselves. So if we then locate the idea of learning and teaching, which is the interest of this colloquium, then I think that a critical treatment of humanizing pedagogy should be responsive to health emergencies and existing inequities, which require crisis-resilient approaches that emphasize adaptability, creativity, and connectivity. What I also hear the colleagues were saying, perhaps a pedagogy of courage, a pedagogy of messiness, pedagogy of vulnerability. That's what I hear coming through there. And then, of course, use these formations of concept as strengths and not as being on the front foot and not on the back foot, even if the concepts intimates a form of backfootness. I think that it's actually a strength in the learning and teaching encounter to have that particular orientation. And then the last 2 points, Reno, and they will just take a minute and a half. So if we locate then the pedagogical practices within Butler's frames, the way in which we cut out people, that's what the frame actually means, and Mbembe's necropolitics and death worlds, we may be able to connect our everyday practices with structural inclusions and exclusions. This is something it's very difficult for us to acknowledge now, because it is, after all, our everyday practices and meanings that belongs to our familiar world of routine and repetitive actions every day in and out that activate and reproduce the power relations that are within the structures. So the structures that we are referring to is not the structure somewhere there. It is the accumulation of our individual practices on a daily basis. They are not different from us. They are constituted by us. We are the accumulative, constitutive bricks of the structures which we sometimes critique. And because the everyday and structural are connected in these ways, if you look at the obverse of it now, the converse, the mirror view of it, if the everyday activates the power within the structures as an accumulative set of activities, say for instance learning and teaching activities, then it is possible that if you have a particular critical mass around transformative health pedagogies widely spread in a faculty like this, it should allow you to at least shift systemic health inequities. Because if it is true that we constitute the structures, it is also true that we have the power to shift those structures. Thank you.
What a start to this conversation. I'm actually going to rename this the Mandela Office because I want to distinguish us from what is coming out of the Oval Office. And you've certainly trumped it, Andre. Thank you. Kawekazi, I'm going to ask you to give your input 8 minutes, and at the end, after Yusuf, we'll pull all this together and open up for dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm sorry I cannot seem to switch on my video. New environment, new laptop, you know how it goes. So you're gonna have to listen to me. Hello, Andre. It's good to see you. Can you hear me? Am I audible? I am, okay. So the title of my paper today is called Bearing Witness to Neglect, Life is Dimeni and the Broken Promise of Care. As I said, this is part of my PhD. So the question of care has long held deep historical and political significance in South Africa, particularly in how the state, delivers or withholds care, dignity, and protection to its people, both during apartheid and in the current democratic dispensation. This history also raises critical questions about care equity. Who is considered worthy of care? Whose needs are prioritized, and how race, class, and gender continue to shape the unequal access to care in both policy and practice. The death of Steve Biko implicated the South African apartheid government at the time, and the Medical Association due to the lack of regulation over the conduct of doctors involved, and further brought into sharp focus medical ethical issues arising out of the treatment of Biko by the doctors concerned. It is important for this paper to consider the Life Testimony case through the lens of history because, as Gola points out, the apartheid and post-apartheid regimes are simultaneously connected and oppositional. They're oppositional in the sense of a new democratic dispensation and new ethical principles and laws presented by this government. But they are continuous in the ways in which Black bodies are treated, the indignity of deaths of mostly Black vulnerable people, like in the case of the Life Testimony. Post-apartheid South Africa's care arrangement has been influenced by capitalist and neoliberal arrangements. These arrangements place value on capital and gain over the deeply moral and philosophical questions that should guide policy intervention. However, post-apartheid South Africa is governed by the Constitution of South Africa that speaks to the ethical ethos and spirit of the country. The constitutional guarantees that all South Africans, regardless of color or creed, have enshrined rights, and as such, all South Africans are entitled to be cared for. This is also entrenched in the Constitution and in the Bill of Rights. In Chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa, we find the Bill of Rights, a human rights charter that protects the political, civil, and socio-economic rights of all people. With this in mind, the paper looks at Life Testimony case where the marathon project undertaken by the Gauteng Department of Health of moving mentally ill patients resulted in the death and disappearance of 144 patients. This case reveals the conundrum at the heart of South Africa's democracy, how a constitution that so powerfully affirms the rights to care and dignity could coexist with such profound neglect, abandonment, and harm. I start off with a poem that was written by Makosazana Xaba and Philippa de Villiers, who celebrated the kind of, who spoke of the Life Testimony tragedy. That the poem is titled Dompas. All care and love, everyday demand, 4-letter words, simple, even a child understands, but you starved it, dehydrated it, lied to its mothers, intimidated its fathers. The lucky ones got their bodies back. So now, like elephants, they hover over those beloved ones, standing in a new forest of no love. They shelter in its absence, feel its weight on their backs. Its shadows lie. They will carry forever now in their eyes the dompas of official neglect. As I said, this was a poem written by Makosa Radab in commemorating the Life Testimony tragedy. The case of Life Testimony project has been described as a tale of inhumane acts committed by the Gauteng provincial officials. Bowman argues that it is the greatest cause of human rights violations since the dawn of democracy. A report written by the Health Ombud, Professor Malikhobo Magaba, titled No Guns, 94 Silent Deaths and Still Counting, that first revealed to the public the circumstances surrounding the deaths of mentally ill patients. The marathon project undertaken by the Gauteng Department of Health in the moving of patients from Life Testimony to NGOs that resulted in the death and disappearance. The deaths revealed 3 senior officials in Gauteng Health Departments as most culpable, and several other health professionals were also implicated. The Ombuds concluded that all patients died under unlawful circumstances. I shall narrate a few stories that were shared by some of the family members at the arbitration. On day 9 of the arbitration, Reverend Joseph Maboy testified about how he found out that his son, Billy, had been moved from Life Testimony. He shared the following while questioned by advocate Adila Hassim. did you know that he was going to be moved to Bopelong? Reverend Joseph Maboy said, I can say no, I did not know, because at the time of the removal has started, I was at Life Estimeni to visit Billy. It was sometime in May, so when I got there, I saw 2 big trucks loading people. In contextualizing what Rev Maboy was talking about, he was talking about how the patients were moved from Life Estimeni facility to the NGOs. When transporting the patients, the Gauteng Department of Health did not show any consideration for the rights of the patients or respect to their personhood. It paid scant attention to their safety, comfort, or reassurance. In the hearings, it was revealed the unsafe and improper vehicles and cruel and inhumane methods of securing them were used. As Professor Makgoba referenced, the cruelty of the state, care and consideration of dignity were not at the heart of the decision-making, planning, or execution of the move. Mr. Likhwaba, who also had a relative there, and Rev Maboy, who were some of the people who testified to the move, said that their loved ones were moved like cattle. Mr. Likhwaba stated the following: some were brought here with open bakkies. Mr. Rev Lekgoy, some of them in the arbitration talked about the ways in which they were collected like sheep, being rushed out of the facility and being chained to the open bakkies and trying to get them to be moved. Rev Maboy said the following: when I got there, I saw 2 trucks was just at the gate at the entrance, and the poor patients were being taken away from the wards led by nurses. They were so confused, the poor people. Some of them were crying, some of them were in wheelchairs, and they did not know what was happening. And they were just running, and they were shouting. The nurses were shouting, "Come back, come back, come back." Their belongings were in plastics. I did not know what was contained in the plastics. Probably it was their toiletry or whatever. And they were so confused, the poor people. They were like ghosts or sheep going to an auction. And I was so ashamed. I was so hurt to see this move. And I said, what is going to happen to these people? And someone said, no, they are going away. They were taken away to forced removal was initiated by the government. We were there as parents and we really begged. Furthermore, Rev Maboy in the arbitration was later asked how he felt about the way in which his son was moved. The Rev said the following: I said to people, we are dealing with human beings. We are dealing with lives because these people are not just people that we can just say they must be moved as easily as that, because they are God's people. They are created in the image of God. And this image we must respect. And if they were going to be taken anywhere from this institution without knowing where they're going, it's going to hurt us. And we said to the people who initiated the move. I bring up this story to show, again, bearing witness to indignity. This indignity even extended to death. It wasn't only about moving these patients. I want to also reiterate that this happened in 2015, 2016. I read again, this indignity even extended to death, manifest in the ways in which the bodies of the patients were treated, such as were when one witness spoke of how their loved one was buried without their permission in the backyard and even in violation of the law. Danielle and Lydia Maratelli, who searched for a year for Maria, their loved one who had been buried without their knowledge. With legal support, they were granted a court order and forced the NGO Takalani to tell them where they had buried his sister and exhumed the body from the garden at Takalani. Their family eventually exhumed the body and was able to formally and legally bury their loved ones. Families' search for their bodies and for their loved ones is reminiscent of the apartheid government, which buried Black bodies in unmarked graves. I have another case that happened in 2016 as another example of bearing witness. This case is the legal case between Frail Care Crisis versus the MEC of Social Development. It was reported that the MEC of Social Development in the Eastern Cape wanted to move 236 frail care patients from the Lorraine Frail Care and Algoa Frail Care Center in the Eastern Cape to NGOs. The patients in this case, like the Life Estimeni case, were frail and handicapped patients. Like in the Life Estimeni case, the reason for the closure of the Frail Care Center was to reduce costs due to the contract price of the Eastern Cape Department of Social Development had to pay to the Life Group who was handling these patients. The Eastern Cape Department of Social Development, like Gauteng Department of Health, had no proper care plan for the patients' move and where the patients would be moved to. It can therefore be deduced without proper care plan that the dignity of the patients in this case would have been violated, like the case of Life Estimeni. In reading both these cases, one can see that there is a tendency in the South African government to subvert the agency, dignity, and rights of patients who are frail, vulnerable, and who depend on the care of the state. I'm now going to my conclusion. Life Estimeni and the legal case reveals the failures of care equity and the extent to which what Sanders terms social death is still important and relevant in contemporary South Africa. The term social death refers to a situation where people are treated as if they are already dead, based on their perceived social value, even though they are physically alive. The idea of social death exposes how social attitudes, biases can shape the treatment of individuals, especially in critical settings in healthcare. Also raises questions about equity, dignity, and ethics in decision-making process. Not only did the patients in Life Estimeni case die a biological death, but their ill treatment and invisibilization in society as citizens who deserve respect, dignity, and respect meant that they also died a social death that effectively erased their existence long before they were put into graves. I think it's important in teaching and in practice to recognize how ethical healthcare must confront not only clinical outcomes, but also the social and moral dimensions of care. A just health education must train further future professionals to recognize the structural inequalities and dehumanizing logics like those seen in Life Estimeni that render some lives less valuable and less visible and less valuable. Teaching care ethically remains about centering dignity, rights, and equity as foundational, not optional, in the formation of health practitioners. Thank you. Sorry, I can't seem to hear anything. Okay.
Sorry, I'm back online. Thank you very much. A real powerful reminder of our nation's pain, and certainly a powerful call to action that we could address later in conversation. Yusuf, could I hand over to you as the last panelist, and then we'll open it up for conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, for inviting me and to be with my fellow panelists and an audience such as what we have here. It's really a privilege, and it's very a reflection is more than a word when one looks at it, especially tomorrow being a Mandela Day and Day of Activism, for us to remind ourselves. And from the little that I've heard, there is this battle, Reno, that you've been engaged with. And I really don't know why they called me. You've been through the crucible of the falls movement. The fees must fall, and the university must fall, and the world must fall, and leaders must fall. And you've been in that seat on many an occasion, and thank you for your leadership in continuing this. But the reason why I'm mentioning it, I remember 2005 so very well. It was the establishment of the Nelson Mandela University, and Rolf Stoomp came up. I think that's the time that he came into, took up on the leadership of higher education and a higher education with the amalgamation of Kara Asmal. And it had all the prospects and promise of a difference, a change. And it's a good thing to, one of the big changes, of course, that has happened has been the establishment of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. And kudos to all those who have put in the building blocks for which this has been in place. And according to Andre, we can change and dismantle those building blocks and reshape the architecture of what we want. So that is one part of it. I think the CV, thank you very much for the CV. I don't know where you got it from, but I don't normally put in my CV that I do protest outside on the streets on education, on health, and on Palestine in particular. One of the reasons, Reno, why I didn't give you my CV, it had all these publications and so on, and sometimes it becomes an embarrassment. Why wasn't I a bit more disruptive? I don't want that to be held as evidence against me. You know, that's one of the things that when you think back, why is it that we were so timid when we were at our posts? Why is it that we question in the space of decorum and respectability? We don't recognize, as an earlier speaker has said, our own agency to change and not to do it. So I've written something, but I thought Andre has covered just about everything, and so has Kubakazi. So, and Breitenbach used to ask the question, how does one tell a story? Does one shout? Does one scream? Is one strident? Does one sloganeer? And Jake Gerwel said, you know, Yusuf, if you want to get out of it, just say it's a postmodern story. It doesn't have a beginning, a middle, or an end, and then you will get away from it. But I would want to share a couple of views. You know, in the fullest tradition, Nelson Mandela was questioned, as was Gandhi and everybody else, in terms of the position that has taken up. And that's an important question. You know, Nelson Mandela is regarded in this generation as a person, as a reconciler, as a hugging, as an uncle who must be, or an opa who must be hugged and kissed, contaminated from that revolutionary spirit, which we have grown known to be Nelson Mandela. And on the question of Palestine, and Palestine is really the litmus test of where you stand on injustice, global injustice and inequity. Nelson Mandela had the foresight, and this was one characteristic of him. He never abandoned those who supported him or us. And he had this saying about Palestine that you cannot, we cannot be truly free if Palestine is not free. And that has such a powerful influence in terms of the thinking, in terms of the international solidarity that we espouse. And I'm very proud, with all my criticism of 30 years of South Africa, that South Africa had the courage to stand up at an international court of justice and to say, this is a genocide, this is a Holocaust, this is an apartheid, and we will hold you accountable. And we're paying a heavy price for that. Are we willing to disrupt the order of things, or the seeming order of things, with that kind of courage infused by Nelson Mandela? You can criticize it. This morning I got up, 3 people were killed in Gugulethu, a place, a racially intractable, spatially created apartheid space. Yesterday in Bishop Lavis, another 3 were killed. Gang violence, they say. And it speaks to what Kawikazi is saying. A week ago, 5 people were killed, slaughtered in Mitchell's Plain. What is the comparison? And people often say, don't speak about Palestine, worry about things here. Of course, we've got problems here and we have problems there, and the two are interlinked. Here we're dealing with a decolonizing process. There they're dealing with an anti-colonial, settler colonial project in terms of what they do. And we in that transition. The legislation of apartheid may have been abolished, but its legacy continues to haunt us, and we refuse to see it. We don't want to see it. We ignore it. Andre used a lovely word around how we deal with that kind of amnesia and so on. And we, in this meeting that we have here, we must have the courage to say, call, as Neville Alexander has often said, the dead dog, there's a dead dog lying there and it smells, you know, and that is how we need to interact. So if you speak about disruption, the Palestinians have a word, intifada. It's like a dog infested with fleas and it's shaking it loose. And the dog must shake, and let this dog at Nelson Mandela University shake and shake off all those flies which has been accumulated over the century through feudalism and which we still bear on us, through colonialism, through slavery, through segregation and apartheid. And how does it express itself within the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences? It expresses itself, and I think the Nelson Mandela University have taken up, they were one of the earlier ones who have taken up this position around a war in Palestine, in particular, a genocide really, in Palestine, and we salute them. And the question that I have, Chair Reno, is to what extent have the faculty embraced that call to stand against that kind of genocide? And Palestine is emblematic of Sudan, the Congo, Haiti, the Rohingyas, what's happening in Syria, and all that. And there was some, and it's really the ongoing colonization, the plunder and the pillaging of the world, the humiliation that Cyril Ramaphosa had to be dragged to the White House, standing there, and Anton Rupert and somebody had to explain to them that, you know, what is taking place there. I mean, what? Am I back on? I don't know what happened there. So, in a nutshell, the inequality across countries and the inequality between countries is something that this faculty needs to address. And if you don't address it, the students will certainly come back to want you to address it. And there's no getting away from that. But how do we deal with Kwekazi? Thank you for raising those issues that you said. I mean, we live in a post-Second World War order, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And you've hit the nail on the head that we're all born free and we're all born equal and we're equal in dignity. And how do we attain that? At the moment, the dignity of 80% of the population is denied in South Africa. The poverty, the inequality, which has increased over the years. And how do we deal with that what is the role and function of a Faculty of Health Sciences in that, within the curriculum? The first thing is we cannot be apolitical. Dr. Mofokeng at the UN said, you know, health is not apolitical. It's avowedly political. The different ways in which we are treated, and Palestine illustrates that. The shattering of the pulverization, the destruction of all the healthcare facilities in Palestine versus the treasury bonds that rain upon us, which curb and curtail what we can do within the health sector, cutting off. What is the differences between strangulating the healthcare workforce, and congratulations that you're on that task, Marino, that versus the treasury bombs that are being here. Over 1,000 people have been killed. Ambulances have been bombed. So going back to the Geneva Convention, the values that we espouse, what is it? How do we take a couple of steps back to ensure that we uphold those principles of humanitarian law, international humanitarian law, international law, the Geneva Convention? We've signed up to the Rome Statute. How do we live up to our Constitution? It was shattering to see protests at clinics in the Western Cape trying to bar refugees from attaining healthcare services. It's a shame and a blight on us. that that kind of thing could have happened, which is a consequence of what is happening in Congo, Somalia, Sudan, and all those kinds of things. How do we treat our refugees in this period around here? Equal access to health means equal access to everybody. So those are some of the broad strokes, but it needs to, as Andre tried to indicate, it needs to drill down to the classroom. And the changes that we make is at an individual kind of level. We need to have the courage. Are you silent on Palestine? Are you silent on the killings? Are you silent on the refugees unable to access care? What is the kind of advocacy that you do in your curriculum to address that kind of thing? Because it's interlinked. You cannot separate out the two. To what extent is the wars a determinant of health, inequality in itself as a determinant of health in your curriculum, and how do you address it from advocacy in the primary school years to advocacy in your objectives of what you are teaching? It can be done. Others have been doing it, and it is not an easy task. And how do you do it? How do you live up to the Nelson Mandela University Senate resolutions when Dell says to you, if you do that, we're going to take with the corporate grip that we have on university. Donald Gordon Institute have given money to UCT on the condition that they will sing they won't say anything which criticizes Israel and conforms to the International Holocaust definition of anti-Semitism, which has been discredited. Wendy Ackerman has withdrawn bursaries, has threatened to withdraw bursaries if they don't conform to certain political positions. So how, Mr. Dean, are we going to engage with this decrease in funding, increased corporate control, which is part of the new agenda? And we've seen how universities as big as Harvard and Columbia University have been attacked. UCT has been taken to court around that kind of thing. I think these are some of the issues that and the research. Are we going to have the courage now to break off all kinds of relations with Tel Aviv University and... Sorry?
Yusuf, I'm just going to ask you to finish off our time moves, and I just want to have a little bit of time to engage in debate. You certainly have challenged us, as you normally do, and come back to you if there are any questions to be directed, if you don't mind.
Yeah. I just want to raise an inequity objection. Andre had a longer time than me. But thank you very much. I agree with you.
Yeah. Yusuf, I'm going to use the Mandela office prerogative here while I'm in the chair. Thanks, Yusuf. I think we need to just applaud our three panelists. I mean, this has been strongly reflective and intellectually rigorous input. I'm just checking with Annalene. Okay, yeah. Just in terms of facilitating, Annalene, I would suggest that this is a beginning of a conversation rather than an end of a conversation, because there's so many key issues that have been raised here, and it's these difficult conversations that we need to have that will really matter. So thank you for the extra time. Yeah. So let's start the conversation. I mean, the panelists have been really bold and straight talking and challenging. So I'm opening it up. Please start.
I'm sorry for getting in a little bit late. I had an exam that is being written. But I got in as Ukawagas was talking about the life esidimeni issues. And as Undate Yusuf was then going into his conversation around corporate financing and how do we push through it with activism in a more radical way. And I see these parallels running also in the NGO sector, where we see
donor funding coming into communities, especially the very marginalized communities in our society, where they purport to have data that speaks to specific issues that they feel needs to be needs to be addressed, and so come in with objectives and this data to come and do this funding. But you find, rather do these projects, but you find that in a point in case with the Donald Trump directive that then with one stroke took all of this PEPFAR funding away from communities, and to then say, you find that when these projects are completed, the very healthcare professionals who are part of these projects, the community members who are part of these projects have nothing at the end of the day that shows that they were projects that were part of the communities. And so they are not aligned with the SDGs. They're not aligned with just a common humanitarian and a common empathy for the communities that are supposed to be helped. It's more a statement and maybe sort of kind of a conversation generator, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. I think all three panelists raised this issue. As we reimagine our spaces, we've got to take account of own affairs, Isidameni, the lack of HIV/AIDS funding to deal with the 17 billion or 7 billion, and at the same time address those structural inequalities on the international front. A challenging space to be in, but you can't run away from it. And I think your comments fit within that. Any other hands quickly that I wanted to see? Dean? Yusuf, you challenged our executive dean. She's now on the floor.
And she's a she.
Yeah, she's a she.
Thank you to all the panelists. You all certainly had very thought-provoking and, as Renaud warned us, disruptive intros that captured a lot of the issues that we often struggle with, not only within the healthcare sector, but in general in South Africa, within the academic, non-academic, and clinical spaces. And as much as the title is referring us to new wars, old scars, but I also want us to remember that we also have old wars and we also have new scars. And why that's important, it tells us not only to look back, but also to look at the current of where we are, what is happening, and our power in changing and also amending our responses so that we do not perpetuate that violence of the old and new in terms of scars and in terms of hostilities that we not only face but we also perpetuate in our clinical spaces. In looking at the different possible scars, Prof. Kiet took us through a number of possible environments where the scarring and the wars take place. And for me, what is most stark in terms of the healthcare sector is the violence that is happening, interpersonal, intra, as well as outside of South Africa. And the effect of that is that as much as we have an incredibly high murder rate in South Africa, 45 out of every 100,000 people, out of that 45, 34 are young, colored, and black males. And they die through violence or by the gun. They are killing each other. And I'm saying they, but actually I want us to also be complicit in that because it is happening on our watch. And obviously it ties in directly to access to health, but also access to means of harming our health. And if you then look at the counter, or rather the other side of the coin, and you look at a young, similar age white male, there's less than 5 of them who die through these violent means in our country. So it says that death is among us, and we are allowing it to influence the trajectory of how our nation grows and develops. Why it's important for me to mention that is it represents not only new wars and old scars, but it also represents the old wars and new scars. And it has a direct impact on our healthcare delivery, on our ability to actually allow or support our nation to grow to the point where we are productive, where we are improving lives, where we are also similarly assured of a beautiful figure of less than 5 of our young males dying by our own hand. And then Kawekazi mentioned quite, a subject that is very close to anybody's heart if you're a psychiatrist, because obviously we were also right in the midst of this tragedy as it was unfolding. And no matter how much we said, don't do it, nobody was prepared to listen. So I do agree with the sentiment that Kawekazi expressed, which says we've got a social and moral dimension responsibility of ensuring that as we train our healthcare students, we ensure that they are able to voice their concerns in a way that makes a difference. It takes us back to what we were talking about yesterday when we spoke about powerlessness and we spoke about voicelessness. We have a more moral obligation, I would say, to ensure that we train our students for the current new wars, old scars, but also the old wars and new scars. And then, of course, we've got the challenge from Yusuf, which asks us to look beyond just our borders, to look at the suffering of humans in general. And it lifts Palestine as an example of how that suffering can manifest and be perpetrated in ways that have never been seen before on a nation that is unable to respond. It also is a direct attack on healthcare workers and the people that they have a responsibility to care for. So as we stand here as health science academics and students, we are reminded through our panelists that it isn't just about the individual students' education and achievement. It's also about the moral duty we have to ensure that as they shape themselves, we take our responsibility of influencing and guiding that shape in ways that will enrich the world and in ways that will offer us some means of responding to the new wars, the old scars, and the old wars and new scars.
Thanks. For 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So I'm just going to raise 2 or 3 questions I think the faculty can take forward and the university. And both the panelists and speakers have raised it. And that is, what is the responsibility of us as a faculty and a university in confronting and dealing with these structural determinants of health? It's a big question that needs to be discussed. In terms of the hostile and partnerships and inequities in partnerships, what does a just and ethical academic partnership look like in practice? And the third thing that I think will require some deep conversation is how do we, and that's students and staff, co-create spaces of innovation and imagination, as well as spaces of resistance. And I'm going to give the final question to Professor Soji, and then close from there and thank the panelists. Suleka.
Yeah, Prof. Getty, I'm still pondering on one of the comments that you made. You spoke about the interests embedded inside or within the disciplines. And for me, that's very powerful. And for us belonging to professional boards as well, who regulates what we teach, there are also interests there. And what are the implications for us? That's a big question. And are we being complicit in not challenging those issues? And Kawek, as you also spoke about bearing the witness to neglect, again, it speaks to issues of being complicit. And to your point, Reno, in terms of that challenge for us as a faculty, in terms of how do we then dismantle, or how do we start or begin to change or dismantle those structures? What is required? What are the processes involved? Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. I'm now out of time. Could I, on your behalf, just thank each of the panelists once again for the fantastic input, challenging. Can I ask them to make their closing comments, please? And in closing, if I could ask each of the panelists a very short input of what you've heard from some of the questions. I'll start with you, Andre. Or do you want to start with Yusuf? Let's start. Yusuf, by the incredible power that I have in the Mandela office, let's start with you, and then I'll end with Andre. But very short, Yusuf, a reflective statement or two. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think the executive dean has both in a tenor of a voice and the substance of what she said really captured it. And I can only repeat what Dr. Mofokeng, our UN Special Rapporteur on the right to health at the UN said, health isn't neutral. Confront your demons as you make a decision to stand on the side of liberation, freedom, and the right to our dignity, our equality in our birth and in our lives, which our forebears have contributed to. And don't be afraid of that. The agency lies in us to change. And please don't grow up to be an old person like me and regret that you haven't done more to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you so much. Kawakazi?
Okay, thank you for that. I hope I'm audible. I think, thank you to what has been presented. And I think on the question of being complicit, it's really hard, but I think we need to tell the stories, the important stories, right? I think that was the challenge with me with the Life Estimeni. We need to tell the important stories. And there are stories every day of neglect. We must sound the alarm. And say that, this is unjust, this isn't right, this can no longer take place. I think it's also how we confront institutional culture that tries to stifle these voices. While at some point institutional culture wants the radicals, but at the same time they put them in the corner. So there are stories every single day in South Africa about how people within healthcare settings are being neglected, how people are dying in corridors at hospitals, and we must sound the alarm so that people don't die while they're living, because so much in South Africa, due to inequality, due to inequity, people are dying as they're alive because they're just not counted. They're seen as the forgotten people. So I think in our university spaces, we must tell the stories of those who have been forgotten because they live. They must not die before their biological death. They must not die a social death. They must not be forgotten people on the margins who only matter when votes are needed. But we must continue to strive in our academic spaces of telling the story. And what is the story? The story is messy, it's ugly, and it's hurtful, but we must tell the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm between two Professor Keerts. Andre.
I will be quick.
Yes. Thank you.
The one around complicity, I have found it much more productive to work around the notions of complicity than innocence making. Innocence making cuts away agency because you think there is nothing more to do about yourself. Complicity provides for the energy of the self-reflexive exercise. And I think it's probably more real in terms of social structures that we are complicit in the things that we are critiquing. And not as a negative, but actually just simply as an objective statement of the work of the academy. And then, and it's also not about pointing fingers because I'm complicit in those things myself. And then the last one, Reno and Anne, is that, because what I've heard is that, and also just in reference to the African decolonization in Daba, where this faculty actually put together a brilliant panel of people working in the space of decolonization, Africanization, and the reimagination of indigenous knowledge systems. So the makings of that particular broad ideal of a transformative pedagogy is already within the faculty. One sees this all the time when you go through various iterations of people presenting their work. I think what Yusuf probably is arguing and Kawakazi is the way in which that get knitted together into a critical mass so that it is sufficiently powerful to make structural shifts in the way in which we do our work. And that is the work of friendship and love, by the way, okay? So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to our community here. Annelien.
Thank you, colleagues, and you will understand why we allowed that extra time. Don't worry, we will give Prof. Delena her 10 minutes, and we'll take some time from my last session before the thanks for that. But I do, before, Andre, before you leave, and now Renu has just gone there, and to our two panelists, we've got a little thank you for you. The two panelists online, Yusuf, this was not discrimination, you're just online, so we're going to give these two a small little thank you, but thank you so much for your contributions to us. Colleagues, we are coming to basically the end of our sessions. We're going to call upon Prof. van Rooyen to come up to just pull together the key thoughts for this day. Prof. Delena, I am just going to, just a short about you, okay? We did find it, by the way. But Prof. Delena is the Deputy Dean for our faculty, and we've known her in that seasoned position for quite a long time. She is a well-respected researcher, educationist, and activist advocating for quality transformative health, professional education and training, with extensive experience in the higher education sector, particularly related to strategic leadership and health professions education. And she has fulfilled numerous leadership positions, appointed and elected, and commendably steered the Academy of Nursing of South Africa, the ANSA, as president for numerous years. Now, I can say more of you, but I'm going to just stop like that, and then you can come forward. Thank you.
Well, let me just thanks. Good afternoon, colleagues. Preparing today's summary for wrap-up was really no easy feat. It was quite a task. So, yesterday I felt sorry for you, but today I'm feeling more sorry for myself. So I can really share with you that after many years, and luckily you didn't put any dates, so thanks, Annelien. After many years in health sciences education, it's wonderful for me to be inspired and energized by what I've heard today. Unfortunately, I wasn't here all the time yesterday, but today, wow. The innovative thinking and real commitment to meaningful change and focus on collaborative, cultural, relevant education have reminded, hopefully all of us, why this work matters. Based on today's presentations and discussions, I have identified 8 key themes and insights offering both reflection and direction for ongoing curriculum renewal. So 8 themes. The first theme is about partnering with students to co-create curricula. A strong theme throughout was the move towards viewing students as active partners in shaping their learning. Co-creating and participatory curriculum design are becoming central for inclusive and relational pedagogies. This approach enhances student engagement and ensures learning experiences resonate with the diverse backgrounds and knowledges our students bring into the higher education sector. Theme 2, using AI to build reasoning, not just providing answers. Rather than positioning AI as a content delivering tool, presentations today, and I'm sure yesterday, highlighted the value in supporting reasoning and analytical skills with AI. Integrating AI as a tool of critical engagements can help students refine ethical reasoning, developing higher order thinking, and foster reflective problem solving, all essential skills for our future health professionals. The third theme was about peer-led, and I particularly, this is very close to my heart. Peer-led wellness builds real-world competencies. Peer-led, and we have, I hope, not all of you were actually at this session. I think it was one of the sessions in the breakaway. But peer-led health and wellness initiatives were shown to not only promote community health literacy, but also to strengthen students' leadership, teamwork, and professional identity. Such initiatives offer experiential learning opportunities that help our students internalize collaborative practice and community responsive care. The fourth theme was about interprofessional learning that requires systemic integration. And I don't see Aisha here, but she did a great presentation around that. Although the value of interprofessional education is widely acknowledged, its implementation across South Africa, as we heard today, South African health sciences curricula remains fragmented. Greater institutional commitment, faculty development, and discipline-inclusive scaffolding are urgently needed to embed IPE authentically across programs, particularly also in the clinical phases. The fifth theme that stood out for me today was about challenging stereotypes to enable collaboration. Daniel, this is about the work that you guys are doing. Experiential workshops using methods like AI-assisted role play and simulation were shown to effectively dismantle professional stereotypes in an IPE environment. Facilitating mutual understanding and respect across disciplines is essential for developing genuine interprofessional collaboration and fostering person-centered care. I know some of you refer to patient-centered care, but I refer to person-centered care. The sixth theme for me was embedding Ubuntu and indigenous knowledge into the curriculum. Integrating African ethical principles such as respect for persons and communal harmony into health sciences curriculums address the cultural relevance gap of Eurocentric frameworks. Similarly, incorporating indigenous knowledge systems such as traditional medicinal practices enhances cultural competence and connects health sciences education with community heritage. 7, it's all about, where's Rian? Oh, there you are. All about using students' clinical stories as living libraries. The living libraries approach, which uses students' real experiences as teaching resources, emerged as a transformative pedagogy. This method bridges the theory-practice gap, encourages reflective learning, and fosters professional identity and community among students. And then lastly, after this brilliant session, Reno is not here at the moment, but after this brilliant session, health justice in unjust times. And specifically also what you were saying about the wars and new wars and the old wars. So reclaiming equity through action. This theme positioned health equity as an active, justice-driven pursuit rather than just a passive policy goal, resonating with international health equity movements while acknowledging South Africa's ongoing structural inequalities. And then I asked myself, so how do we bring all of this together in one theme for the day? And then I called a friend, Grok 4, for those of you who know Grok. And I was quite impressed with, I didn't have more time, so I was quite impressed on how the 8 themes were integrated into the following overarching theme. Curriculum as a catalyst, advancing health justice through inclusive, critical, and collaborative education. So why this theme? If we look at curriculum as a catalyst, it frames education as an active force driving change, not merely a site for knowledge transfer. Advancing health justice aligns with calls for social accountability and equity in health professions education, avoiding overused terms like transformation, but while signaling purpose and energy that is needed for this urgent change. Then lastly, the last part is about inclusive, critical, and collaborative education. This reflects the core shifts across the 8 themes, from partnerships with students, culturally grounded teaching, interprofessional collaboration, AI-embedded critical thinking, and justice-orientated health education. Colleagues, on a more personal note, today's colloquium has served as a powerful reminder, no matter how long we've been in the field, educators remain lifelong learners. The passion and creativity demonstrated today have left me inspired and hopeful about the future of health sciences education in South Africa. As we move forward, let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and advocate for an educational system that is as equitable and transformative as the health care outcomes we aspire to achieve. Thank you to all who contributed to this meaningful and definitely thought-provoking day. Thanks, colleagues.
Before you go, and I didn't even need to use the cards, okay? So I just want to say thank you very much to you. Colleagues, sure. This leaves us almost at the end of this, and I almost want to say it was all said. I don't need to say anything, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to run away from that in that way. Obviously, we've taken a bit of time. I was going to have 30 minutes, which include Munib's work and mine. So, Munib, were you going to just reveal to us your thoughts that you've put onto Canvas? Okay. He doesn't want to talk. Okay. And which is a product that we can take forward. Okay. I haven't seen it at all, so I'm trying to see. And are you going to tell us exactly what your thoughts were, how you... Oh, okay. 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 Okay, that this is not the final product, so we don't get it yet today. He's still going to work with it. This is how he thought, you know, his thoughts that went through his mind as he was listening to us today, and just listen to our reflections of yesterday as well. Yes, we are going to have, the idea was that we have the mural and then we decide, you know, where we're going to put it up. Okay, colleagues, before I do my final wrap up and give over to Karen again, I just want to show you this and remind you, you're welcome to put your signature here or a thought here, a word that comes up with you. exactly a year ago, we had a workshop. I'm just going to say this, Carmen, it was your idea, and it was on humanizing pedagogy that we had. And she put it together. This was also the idea that she had. And people who participated has just put words in here at the time, and they've put their signature. So we put this here again today, because this is where we are a year later. So colleagues, as you move out, you're welcome to put a word, could be in a block, could be out of a block. It could be your signature in a block, out of a block, you know, whichever way you want to. So you're welcome to come around as you walk out later. But I've got another job here. And I want to show you, and I'm actually going to, I'm going to put that one off because this one allows me to walk around a little bit. And I want to show you, I've typed this out, trying to think, what do I do in terms of a way forward, okay? And I've got, apart from that, in my folder there, I've got a lot of written notes as well. But I realized that if I try to get back to that all the time, I'm not going to be able to speak about what is in my mind, okay? Now, we all will know that the people that was in the organizing team, that you start from being very nervous, you know, first a vague idea, then yesterday morning and probably 2 days before that being extremely nervous as to whether this is going to work and how it's going to work and all of those kind of things. And then you come to last night and you had a bit of sleep and you're here today and you see the synergy that happens between your couch discussions of yesterday morning and the one that you have today, as if these people were listening to each other and as if they spoke to each other before the time, right? And yet that wasn't there. What both these discussions did for us is the fact that it came up with those words of disruption, right? The disrupting the way we are, this disrupting of our thought processes, the awareness of the inner being that often we want to silence because it is uncomfortable. Okay, it centered the curriculum for us, and we're quite familiar talking about the curriculum and how we're able to see the student within the curriculum, and that's part of that, and it's an important part of it. You know, I think Dr. Tony was asking us yesterday morning, how many students do you have in here? I don't think we've answered her. We played safe, we didn't answer her. But the student was visible in this discussion all the time, okay? The idea of the curriculum, or that is not apolitical, that always carry with it an intention, and sometimes the intention is harmful, or the outcome is more harmful than what we want to acknowledge, came out very clearly. So I think if there's one of the overarching themes and messages that comes for us, is a deep thinking around what curriculum transformation in this faculty really means for us. Both from us inside, how we appear as educators within the curriculum, how we allow ourselves to be uncomfortable, how we allow ourselves to be pained, and how we allow ourselves to engage with each other. Right? I think that's one of the important things. And Karen, you may want to take those things so that I don't talk too much, okay? I think that's part of that. I think we also realized, and the word of, we often want to be apolitical, as you said, we sometimes want to think and pull ourselves around that, was just to show us how violent that can be for us, you know, if we don't look at it. I think when Andre spoke earlier, when he was using, you know, Butler's work and how some lives are mournable, you know, worth mourning and others not. It's almost like seeing this picture, like a canvas there. And there are little cut out faces there, a whole lot of them. There's just holes that you can't see. So we know that we have a responsibility in terms of that. We don't have the answers. I must tell you, colleagues, I don't necessarily have answers. My task is the way forward. But it's not like I've got an A to Z, step by step, what the way forward is. The first thing is that we know that we are disrupted. And we know that it's good that we have been disrupted, okay? And that we all don't have answers. You know, Jonathan Jansen has always said about research, it's not about the answers, it's about the research question that you put out there. It's the question that we have there for ourselves. I think the other word that comes up as a theme is the how this curriculum then creates othering. And we had a very clear conversation about that yesterday, you know, in the first panel that we had, how we other people, the othering within the curriculum, and how it hurts in the way that people experience the health services that they do, health and welfare service, I'm going to say, that they receive. When they were talking yesterday morning, and we talked about pathologies, and I had the idea, you know, one thing about all these 11 qualifications, we have the tendency to pathologize right through. Okay, so that curriculum transformation there for us is then very, very important. We've noted now, Prof, when you were saying that that curriculum as a catalyst, okay? And I'm just going to say curriculum for a catalyst with everything that you've spoken there. When our dean spoke yesterday morning, she and when Dr. Tony then spoke this morning, you know, when you talked about power, you talked about hierarchies, etc., and so on. All of that, together with our panels that we had, has that we have to move out of our comfort zones, and we have to ask ourselves those questions about how to move out of those comfort zones really work for us. I don't want to repeat the deep conversations that we had about curriculum as political, ethical, and also deeply human, because we've had that conversation. And we know that it captures our histories, our current, and our envisaged futures. But we have to ask ourselves, you know, so the other word that comes up for me, so is that deep reflection of our own positionalities as academics, and how we create spaces for our students, or not create spaces for our students to be fully present as partners in this journey that we have. When we look at the presentations that we had, and colleagues, I don't think you realize the contributions that you've given us through those contributions. So many people are saying, yeah, there is a lot of innovative things happening within our faculty, and it's true. So innovation is a word that is there and is real for us. And then the other word that comes out, that becomes the negative, becomes the silos, you know, that we create. We've got 11 qualifications. Think about the different modules you have and all the classroom time that you have that you need to go through content. And can you see how the structure naturally causes the kind of silos within which it happens? And yet when we think about the innovations for active student engagement, the innovations for critical thinking for students, the innovations, and I sat through that this morning as well, of getting indigenous knowledges and the students' indigenous knowledges into the space, how that comes to us, you know, how that is happening in different places. The question then about how do we break the silos? And I was sitting and I was listening, and people made the most interesting comments there. We've realized during this time, and I know we've had quite a few conversations around IPECP, you know, as an important vehicle, because we get different students from different platforms on it, to carry the innovation over to different, you know, across the faculty. So that is a good and an important vehicle for the student engagement and for the staff engagement to be able to break the silos, to get the innovation. Because as we are sharing the innovation and we talk about it, we build on it because we ask questions about what if for the other. You know, so it's breaking those silos that we have to think of as well. We had a lot of conversation about AI, okay? And that in itself is courageous, because sometimes we're scared to talk about it, you know, or talk about how we use it, or how not to use it. And this has really helped us to look at and put the platform of the conversation for AI going forward. Right? So I think that for us is also essential in terms of that. So colleagues, the way forward. So I think it's like I'm talking, my mind goes, and then oh, you're just talking, you need to get to a way forward now, okay? So the question here is, what happens after this? Okay, what happens as we step out of it? As I said earlier, all the nerves were there. For all of us, that's quite clear. And we're there now, and we have huge gratitude for what has unfolded, what played out. We don't just want to get to a next place where we say, okay, are we going to have another colloquium in a year? We're going to have in 2 years. That question can come, but that's not the key question to talk about here. So I think I just quickly want to talk about some of the practical things that we do have in mind. We are going to, so we're working towards, and the question is, will our proceedings be published? Okay. Now, we do have an abstract book, well developed, well designed. We need to decide what we work with that. We do have in each one of our sessions, we've had scribes. We're going to have a conference report that goes out. And in our previous experiences of our conference report is that becomes something that people can work with and reference, and that we also need to do it for our funders. But I think the academic value thereof is what we're going to work with, okay? We have mentioned to you that we are working on a subtle publication, Scholarship of Teaching and Learning. And we do have a rough frame of it with a few abstracts already. We know that's not sufficient. That's from an activity that we started in the beginning of the year. And that this then will be the process that we hope will give birth to getting it done. So we're having a meeting with our colleagues in COLLOQUIUM, and that will be jointly between us and the Directorate of Research as well, because we must work out of our silos in this way, okay? So for all of us who has presented, we're not forcing you, but we're going to communicate with you about our first publication for Scholarship of Learning and Teaching, okay? I think that's important in that way. But there's another thing that bothers me. Somebody gave me the idea earlier, because I was thinking about, so how do we build the activities in between before we decide what our next event need to be? I've got 2 minutes, okay? You see how I've just talked, okay? So the one thing that we need to do out of this, and we will drive that process, Carmen, I'm telling you that, okay, is that we create think tanks out of this process, okay? There are common themes and there are interrelated themes that comes from here, okay? And we're going to get those people together in a session, or in different sessions, maybe 2, 3 sessions, and say, with what you guys have offered there, what do you think? How do we take this forward? And that guides our next step. So what are some of those, the common things that we then talk, is that we talk about this disruption. We have to think about how do we keep this disruption going for ourselves and not let the structure of our everyday teaching keep, have this as a nice to feel moment. How do we keep it going to go somewhere? How does that guide us into our curriculum transformation processes? We've talked about the different, the publication process, because the knowledge needs to go and knowledge needs to work, but then also our think tanks and the activities that we need to have from there, okay? So we need to see that coming out of where we are today. So I know you're going to give the thanks to everybody, and I just wanted to say to colleagues that it would have been impossible, okay, to have what we have now without it. I'm going to start from our audience, from all our presenters, from the people who we worked with, etc., and so on. So now Karen said, I am out of time, okay, because I gave it all to the team that we've had here. And I have no idea whether I have actually given you a way forward. I hope I did. think tanks, publication, disruption, and disruption that goes into curriculum transformation and innovation across the faculty, that we need to open up the doors of the silos that we have. Is that cool, Karen? Can that work?
Lesson plans don't go as planned. So here's an urgent question. Hi, ma'am, please. Is there anyone in the room who can give us a direction with copyright issues? Can we have 1 minute as to why is this a crisis? And maybe somebody can help you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are unable to share the PowerPoint slides to the students because this year we didn't get copyright. We applied early in the year, but the person who assisted us didn't return, maybe due to contract issues. So when I went on the system and put it through the system, there was never a response, and I don't know who to ask. And also in the department, we don't know how to follow up. I'm asking it because I was one of the people who were fined for copyright. So, so I don't want to repeat the same mistake again, publish the work before I am cleared for DALRO. And the students on their reviews, they were very unhappy because they were not able to get the PowerPoint slides, which guides them where to find the information and what are the key important things that they needed to study. So if you look at module for first semester on my module, there are no PowerPoint slides there. There are just other resources like websites and things. And yeah, that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. I sort of, on my note, tried to indicate to look to the end of my row and ask that lady, but I thought maybe there's something else to this. So perhaps this is Miss Moorman from the nursing department, and that's Miss Anne Was-Olsen from COLLOQUIUM. So I'm sure she can be of assistance in this crisis. Okay. Right, I have to say thank you. And I've done so many times, and I have no words to even start the conversation. And I also have a time limit. So let me just say, wow, I am energized for semester 2. I am proud of what we put together. I was part of the team. And yes, it speaks to my soul as an educator and a change agent. I will start with some, and in no specific order, hierarchy and power. Our Faculty of Health Science Exco and Management team, as always, you are there for support, guidance, maybe not this way, try that way, so thank you very much for that. COLLOQUIUM, and specifically Anne, your voice is much appreciated, even if you think you miss half the meetings. Thank you. I teach the students to have a book in their pocket with their allies, the pharmacist, the social worker, the physiotherapist, the curriculum and learning and teaching expert. She's on my list. Then also, as you've seen, most of our slides had the Department of Higher Education and the UCDP funding that assisted this team to make sure you had some goodies and food and everything else. We also want to thank Prof. Nanette Smith and Deirdre Bowers for their administrative support. We truly appreciate that when we needed it the most. Then I have 3 gentlemen to also thank. Can you, the 3 of you please come forward and collect a little something? Without these 3 guys, I think we will always be lost within this department. If it's not AV, it's IT, it's carrying, it's drawing, it's moving couches, it is whatever we need them to do. So thank you very much for being there for all of us. Yes, I know. Thank you, sir. Dankeschön. Then I also get to thank team members who's not had a little thank you yet. Some of you get multiple, and I heard a joke this morning, no, you already had one, you're not getting a second one. So, Rais is still here. Thank you very much, sir. The only sir left. The rose amongst the thorns. And then also Dr. Natalie Mansveld and Dr. Esmerie van Tonder. Thank you very much. Miss Mfono, my apologies. Dankie, Esmerie. And some of the work was lots behind the scenes, but that's what we're here for. Two of my colleagues, Fulu and Cindy. I think Cindy stepped out for exams. Thank you, Fulu. And then Marilyn. I even had a list to make sure we don't forget anybody. It's a big job to say thank you. Thank you, Marilyn. Okay. Then there's 3 more ladies left. And I think some of us in the team decided we'd pull a directive office on them. So firstly, I want to say thank you to Prof. Kiet. From us as a Faculty of Health Science LT team, it wouldn't have been possible for us to do this without your vision. You know, if the driver in the bus doesn't know the journey, then that journey can be quite disastrous. So thank you very much for understanding, for guiding, for leading, for stressing, having nightmares. Thank you. You're very welcome. And then there's 2 more, Raisa and Carmen. Natalie, it worked. Without these 2 ladies, it would have been impossible to do this. We even had wasn't a crisis, it was an impromptu, have we checked all the boxes meeting the other morning quickly. Without them, this would not have been possible. They do so many things that we don't know about. So thank you very much, even for the tiny little things that you remember. Thank you. By the way, this is my love language. Welcome. Then I just need to say, please remember to scan your QR code for session 3. And if you've missed signing the register, please just check on that with one of our ladies at the back. Thank you, dankie, enkosi, go well.